Okay, how are we now? We're good now? Okay. I didn't have my compressor turned on at the start of the stream, and I think that just interfered with OBS for some reason. But yeah, restarting everything seemed to fix it. Usually my compressor is turned on before I start a stream. So yeah, thank God that was the issue, because I would have been fucked if that wasn't the issue. um, Let me see here before we get started. So we finally continue our MGS4 podcast playthrough, integral podcast playthrough, but we still need to watch the making of. So that's what we're going to do first. I'm sure some of you have seen it before. Hideo Kojima's Gene, the MGS4 making of documentary. There are a couple of them actually for MGS4. But yeah, it's definitely worth a look if you haven't seen it before as well. Simon, thank you for the 44 months. Sneaky Wolfie, thank you for the 35. Cheers, guys. Let me see. Hey, I'm glad, Supra. I'm glad you enjoy the streams that much. I wasted a good opportunity for the kernel AI. Maybe I should have busted out the scissors. I did do that a couple of times before when I had this issue. I had a similar issue before. All right, so let's get this show on the road, shall we? The subtitles are really awkward for this thing. Like there are some subtitles that are built into the video, and but sometimes I'll need to turn on the external subtitles. I think for like the second half of the documentary, there's no built-in subtitles. It's really weird. So yeah, you'll just have to bear with some of the weird subtitle shenanigans, but it should be okay for the most part. Hey, what's up, Solidus? What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Okay, just give me a sec here, and I'll get this documentary up. This documentary always makes me feel bad for disliking MGS4 because, you know, you see how much work went into it. But that's okay. Okay, give me a second.
チル。小島監督はプロモーションのビジュアルコンセプトにこの言葉を選んだ。
僕が手掛けた最初のメタルギアっていうのがこのスネークのサーガを含むシリーズということで、それがとりあえず今回終わるという宣言でのチルですね。花が散った後っていうのはその種子が飛ぶわけですよ。もうスネークの体の中にある種子がいろんな DNA が飛んで、それが火星の中を漂いながら新しい新天地で実を結ぶっていう、そういう思いのチルです。いろんな遺伝子とかを皆さんに受け継いでもらって、次の世代のクリエイターが、メタルを継続していってくれたらいいなという、そういう、内なる思いというか、そういうのがあります。
小島プロダクションは200名近い大所帯。デザイン、プログラム、スクリプト、サウンド、いずれも業界トップクラスのクリエイター集団。広大なフロアの一番奥に小島監督のブースがある。ここから全てのアイディアが生み出される。
僕の席が ちょっと汚いです。ここです。ここです。で、まあここでゲームをチェックしながらですね、これに一個一個このアイテムを右にせえとか、ここは音はこうせえとかっていうのを書いていくんで、こうタコができてしまうのでこうつけてみましたがこうかな。
そのすぐ近くにあるのが新川洋二のブース。
キャラデザイン、メカデザイン、アートデザインの新川洋二さんの部屋です。こんにちは。こんにちは。
2人は長年にわたり共にメタルギアを作り上げてきた戦友だ。
いつもと変わらないんですけど、シリーズ通して、キャラクターデザインと世界観の設定というか、絵の部分全般を監修するという仕事ですね。
しかし PS3 という新しいハードにより新川の作業量は膨大に膨れ上がっていた。
ライティングとかの作業をしていく上では
These fucking subtitles
PS2 とかに比べると、下手したら10倍ぐらいの、時間がかかってるのかなという気がしますね。出せなくはないけど全然完成してない状態。
10 times the amount of work.
ハードのものだけ
Jesus.
キャラクターデザイナーの佐々木秀樹は
There's Johnny.
物語の圧倒的なボリュームに悩まされていた。
単純にその PS3 になったから増えた作業量も当然あるんですけども、今回ボリュームがものすごく多い。
本作のデモシーンは作業量の増加はハードによるものだけではない。キャラクターデザイナーの佐々木秀樹は物語の圧倒的なボリュームに悩まされていた。
単純にその PS3 になったから増えた作業量も当然あるんですけども、今回ボリュームがものすごく多い。
本作のデモシーンは8時間以上、登場人物は100人を優に超える。
コスチュームのバリエーションであったりとか、いろんなエフェクトの作成であったりとかっていうのも、こちらで担当している、ところもあるので、実質、5倍ぐらい増えているんじゃないかと思います。
作業量の増加により開発は著しく遅れていた。
メタルギアチーム今ピンチだと思います。でサウンドの方も、今結構ボロボロな状態ということを認識しています。
MGS4 っていうのは本当に、すごい大きいプロジェクトで、難物だと思います。正直なところ、現在の、経緯ですが、まだちょっとユーザーの期待するレベルにはまだ達していないと感じております。
厳しい現実を痛感させられる。不安がるスタッフに小島監督の檄が飛ぶ。
あと数ヶ月で完成しないといけないです。この数ヶ月がですね、ゲームでいうと 50% ぐらいになります。ここで頑張るか頑張らないかでクソゲーになったりゲームになったりというそれが重要な時期です。
最後の数ヶ月でゲームのクオリティが決まる。小島監督はスタッフに繰り返し訴えた。
最後の2,3 ヶ月ですね。ゲームデザインを、周知というか繊細にして、石橋叩きながらものを作っていくんですけど、やっぱり全部の部品が揃ってですね、一通り最初から終わりまで音楽も入って、エフェクトも入って、でその流れを通してやってみないとなかなかわからないことがあってですね、でそこでの微調整っていうのが、すごく効いてくるんですよね、細かいところが。作りっぱなしじゃなくて、何度もやりながらいろんな人の意見を聞きながら、細かいところを調整していくと、インタラクティビティなというかインタラクティブなメディアなんで、非常にかゆいところに手が届くというかですね、そういうサービスを提供することができるんですけど、
この時期小島監督は最後の調整に入る。ゲームをプレイし、操作性、演出、難易度の調整を行う。修正箇所を紙に書き、担当者のところに行き指示を出す。
これ
Get on it!
部屋に戻り再びゲームをチェックする。朝から晩までひたすらそれを繰り返す。
今サプレッサーをつけてたんです。消音銃をつけて蓋の銃声がしないのに見つかったと。今の本当しちゃいけない。
I think this is particularly interesting that he's testing pistols outside at the helipad. I always wonder if this is because, you know, it's really a nostalgic area. You pick up your old SOCOM from MGS1 under the truck. And just for players who might want to shoot off a few rounds for no reason, because there's no reason to ever shoot anything out here. Why is he testing this outside? Because there's absolutely no reason to shoot your gun. But I always shoot the gun here when I pick it up, just to get the nostalgic flashback. So I guess that's why he's doing it. Does he have the SOCOM equipped here as well, I wonder? Yeah, I think he does.
そうです。銃声というか見つかってはいけないです。これはコーションなんですけど、これバグです。あと今やってたのは手すりのところでぶら下がってこうやると煙を入れてくださいっていうのを言ってたんで、それのチェックで入ってました。あとアイテムがこの台の上にここにありましたけど、これが本当にここから飛んで取れるかどうかっていうチェックです。あとこの辺の足音のチェックとかをしてました。
細部にわたり細かい指示を出し続ける。これが検査表と呼ばれる小島監督からの修正依頼書。しかし何とも読みづらい。
ほとんど読めないと思いますけど、ね、これを読めるようになるんです。この汚い字がある日突然読めるようになるんです。
本当に読めるようになるのだろうか。小島監督と付き合いの長い松花プロデューサーに話を聞いてみた。
Wait!
監督と一緒にこうゲームを長年作ってきた人でないとね、読めないと思うんですよね。これこの紙を監督からこれ来たよパッと渡しても伝わんないなと思うことあるんで、そういう時は逆に通訳書くんです。これはこういうことっていうのを書いて渡したりもしてます。
1月15日、初めてのモニター会が行われた。
ボス的のチェックというかですね、ちゃんと解けるかとか、大体どういう武器でどれぐらいかかるとか、そんな感じです。
この日は制作スタッフ以外の人間が初めてプレーをする日。3年間の成果が今試される。スタッフの誰もがモニターのプレーを食い入るように見つめていた。反応は上々。思わず笑みがこぼれる。
うまくはまってる人もいるんで、こっちが用意した。まあでも最初のモニターとしてはいいんじゃないですかね。
しかし別のモニター会では思わぬ問題が発覚した。本作の新機能であるオクトカムをほとんどのモニターが使用していなかったのだ。
今回の肝っていうか、すごいゲームデザインの中心になっている新しい仕様なんですけど、なんと説明されてなかったっていう、ここに来てで当たり前のように僕らはやってたんですけど、今までのシリーズをやってた人はこのオクトカムっていうのを知りませんので、それを使わずにいってる人が多くて、段ボールとか、ドラム缶をかぶって潜入してる人が多いんですよ。でそれちょっとまずいので。早い段階でオクトカムを教えないといけない。それをどう入れるか。
So they had to add the tutorial late on.
アイコンをゲットした表示を出して、新しいアイテムがありますよっていうことを知らせるのと、あとはちょっとブリーフィングっていう基本の操作がこのように図解で出てる。
I always forget about these tutorials in the game as well.
思ってますが、データを追加するのでこの時期結構厳しいんですけど、ちょっと入れたいと思います。 で入れてみてどうなのかっていうのを今後またモニターとかでチェックすると、そういう繰り返し、根気のいるでも楽しいという時期です。
しかし楽しんでばかりはいられない。ゲーム制作につきものなのがバグの発生だ。修正を加えればその都度バグは出る。だが商品にする上でバグは確実になくさなければならない。
普通のうちではないです。最後はやっぱりバグを取るのがやっぱりメインの仕事にはなります。なぜかメモリが足りなくて動かなくなるとか、本来今までちょっとそういう現象なかったものが昨日になっていきなり出てきたり。うちではないです。
バグの発生だ。修正を加えればその都度バグは出る。だが商品にする上でバグは確実になくさなければならない。
普通のうちではないです。最後はやっぱりバグを取るのがやっぱりメインの仕事にはなります。なぜかメモリが足りなくて動かなくなるとか、本来今までちょっとそういう現象なかったものが昨日になっていきなり出てきたり。
ゲームに潜むバグを見つけ出す。そのために編成されたのがバグチェック隊。彼らは朝から晩までゲームをプレイしバグを探し続ける。その隊長を務めるのがメカデザイナー又手圭一。
今何件ぐらい見つかってるんですか？
どんどん直ってるものもあるんですけど、1万2000ぐらいじゃないですかね。
最終的にどれぐらいまで？
わからないですね、正直なところ。まだ今から新規要素が入ったりとか、噛み合わないところの調整とかも入って、まだまだ変化していくので、どんどん不具合が出てくる感じだと思います。
しかし小島監督を筆頭にスタッフはギリギリまでクオリティを上げようとする。野尻慎太もその一人だ。野尻は本作でバイクイベントと尾行イベントを担当している。
私のこの趣味の思考の問題なんでしょうけど、やっぱりゲーム、私が入ると割とちょっとこうバカなものを入れたくなるという形で、敵に向かってグレネード投げちゃったりとか、関係ってビッカって連行されたりとか、ちょっとあそこだけ毛色が違うかなっていうのがあるんですけど、そこら辺はエンジョイしていただけると。
You cheeky devil, Nojiri!
するのは内部スタッフのみではない。今回オープニングを担当したのはローガンのアレクセイ・ティレビッチ。彼はギリギリまで作業を続け、ハンドキャリーで日本にデータを持ってきた。ティレビッチ氏に小島監督の印象を聞いてみた。
I understand that he is a very passionate person and he is a perfectionist, which I can relate to, and I think he'll every little detail has to be perfect in order for the whole to be perfect. Like even him playing the demo, he's noticing little things here and there that could be better. He's able to see the big picture and also little details that make up the creative whole, you know, which I think is very difficult to keep in your head. So I'm not sure how he does it.
しかし監督本人は自分を完璧主義者とは思っていないようだ。
本来はもう完璧主義者であったはずなんですけど、ゲームっていくら完璧に作ったとしてもインタラクティブなんで、ユーザーが最後自分で完成させるんですよ。ゲームっていろんな遊び方をするんで、それを考えると、僕らができるのはここまでっていうラインがあって、だからこそ商品ができるんですよ。でもともと僕は小説とか書いてた頃もありましたし、映画も撮りたかったんですけど、そうなると自信はないです。完成させる自信はずっといじってるかもしれないです。ゲームだからこそできるというか、ゲームだからこそこれ以上はこだわっても、どうしようもないっていう限界みたいなのが見えてくるので。
小島監督は映画や小説に夢中な少年だった。それなのになぜ ゲームの世界に飛び込んだのだろう。
The swagger.
あの頃は今、これほど PS3 とかこういう性能はなかったんですけど、それでもすごい可能性が見えたんですよ、この新しいメディアとして。映画とか小説とはもっと違う、進んだもっとこうワクワクするような、そういうメディアに見えたんですよね。でまだあの当時っていうのは、業界に入った時はやっぱり夢破れてゲーム業界っていう人が多かったです。今とは違って脚光を浴びてなかったんですけど、漫画家崩れ、バンド崩れ、そういう人ばっかりです。グラフィックデザイナー崩れとか。でもやっぱり自分が夢見た世界でご飯を食べたいっていう、そういう人たちばっかりなんですよね。CD 出したけど売れなかったけど、やっぱり音楽の仕事がしたいからって言って、それが20年前はみんなそうでしたね、開発の人って。だからすごい同じような感じの人たちがいて、すごい頑張りましたね、みんな。なんとしてもゲームっていうメディアを高めたいと。今はバカにされてるけどっていうことで、あの時の雰囲気は何とも言えない。
村岡プロデューサーは小島監督と同期入社。彼は小島監督が手がけたポリスノーツに今までにないゲームの可能性を感じたという。
話として見ただけですごい面白くって、もうゲームにするまでもなく、面白いもので、実際にゲームを今度プレイしてみると、私もその制作に加わってたんですけど、ストーリーだけではわからない、またドラマみたいなのが絵になって出てきて、すごい感動したんですね。それでこういうことがゲームの中でそういうことができる人ってすごいなって、その時思いました。
ゲームにしかできないことがある。だからこそ少しでもいいゲームを作りたい。その思いに突き動かされるように、小島監督は連日修正の指示を出し続ける。
もういついつまでって決まってる中で、こんな状態では出したくないと、こうしたいのにできないっていう悩みがずっとあるんですよ。もうこれがこのまま出たらまずいと、もっとクオリティ上げたいとか、喜んでくれるのかな、どうやなという、とにかくもうその作品のことしか考えられない。
だが手を動かせばその都度バグは発生する。進行不能、絵が出ない、音が鳴らない、さまざまなバグがスタッフを苦しめる。
例えばこのままエクシストなり EXIT で出てタイトルに戻って、
全体がなるかどうか、どうしようかな。
いや本当に なってないんですよ。システムもなってないんですよ。常駐もなってないんですよ。
バグをなくすのはプログラマーの使命。リードプログラマーのこれ門裕二は限界を感じていた。それは2月18日のリーダー会議でのことだった。
安定化したものを出します。でそれ出さないと絶対終わりません。
だからそれは出すって言ってるやんか。
いやだから出すから、それ出すために一回手を置きませんかみんな。これ出した後に今ずっとやってたら3月末も多分ダメですわ。
商品を確実に発売するため、これ門は修正作業の中断を提案した。
それと
では出されへんからね、だって。
そうですね。でも全部今のままやってたら上がらないと思います。
だからね、こんだけ上がってきましたっていう、そのやり方がおかしい。
やり方がおかしいんですよ。
更新の仕方がおかしいから、その直さな進まへんやんか。そういう議論ないもんだって。最後はできませんって言ったらしまいやんか、だって自分で。できませんってできるようにしたら自分らやんか、だって。
だからそこ変えたいんで。
いやだからそれは譲歩せなあかんので、なんでバグってんのか知りたい。おかしいねんだって。
でも手動かしたら絶対バグりますよ。人ですもん。
そんなこと言ったら物なんか作られへん。
いやだからそれは絶対やっちゃいけないことなんですけども、コストとして計算しておかないと商品が危ないんですもん。それは
クオリティを上げたい監督とデータを安定させたいプログラマー、それぞれの立場がぶつかり合う。
でもそうだと思いますよ、監督的には。でやっぱり監督の方はこうはこうどんどん言っていただいてですね。でも私らプログラマーはそれを止めてでも安定したバージョンを作らなくちゃいけないんで、そこでやり取りしながら一番いい落としどころを見つけていかなくちゃいけないんで、仕方ないですね、これは。
だが修正を加え続けるリスクは監督自身も感じていた。
僕の立場としては安定させたいです。やっぱりスケジュール一番責任持ってますから。ただそうはいえどもですね、現状のクオリティでは出したくないというか出せないですよね。やっぱり皆さんの期待値というのがありますから、そこをどう回避するかっていうので最終的な出力が変わってくるっていうのまあ一つの一面というか、できませんっていうのは簡単なんですけども、普通できないことをやるから評価されるんで、それをどう可能にするか、どの部分を可能にしてどの部分を諦めるかっていうのは当然出てきますけど、まあ安全策っていう意味では彼の言っていることは正しいんですけども、まあ、クオリティも高めながら、納期も守ると、これができる人がプロであると。
他のスタッフは2人の主張をどう感じていたのだろうか。
どっちも正しいと思いましたね。というのは、それはもうあってしかるべきというか、
これ門さんも納期も守ると、これができる人がプロであると。
他のスタッフは2人の主張をどう感じていたのだろうか。
どっちも正しいと思いましたね。というのは、それはもうあってしかるべきというか、
これ門さんも製品にするためだったら、やっぱり鬼にしないといけない部分もあると思うんで、まあ僕も同じ思いはありましたけどね。
だがサウンドデザイナーの牧村良二は本作にかける小島監督の強い思いを感じていた。
こんなんじゃ出されへんっていう言い方をされるんですよね。
毎回
いやまあ毎回っていうかまあ、今回はですね、それは小さいところでは今までもありましたけど、今回はちょっとちょっと大きな問題かもしれないですね。そこまでこの時期になってそこまでのことを言ったことは今までなかったんですね。
That's pretty interesting. He's laughing at the idea that it's in a bad state. I guess he thinks that it's like pretty good. That you know, normally they might be stabilizing the game at this point, not really trying to push everything further.
本作の主人公は年老い傷ついたオールドスネーク。小島監督は年老いても戦い続けるスネークに自らの姿を重ね合わせていた。
スタッフにやっぱり10年間一緒にやってきてるんで、ゲームの作り方、メタルの作り方をずっと教えてきたんですよ。教えてきたつもりだったんですけど、やっぱりなかなか3でもうまくいかず、最後また僕が入ってやり直したんですけど、そういうこともあってやっぱり伝えていかなあかんこともあるんですけど、伝わらないこともあるんじゃないかっていうのが今回のテーマで、伝えられないものがセンス、最後に残った人の意志とか生き様とか、そういったものの代表が年老いてもなおかつ戦い続けるスネークであり僕であるっていう。
スタッフに伝えなければいけないことがある。そのためには自らの行動で示さなければならない。未だにバグは出続ける。だが小島監督は修正の手を緩めない。リスクは大きい。だが一つの修正がゲームをより面白くしていく。
もう場合によってはもうこういうのは治らないだろうなということも別に、出てくると書くと思うんですよね。間に合う間に合わないにかかわらず、こういう部分が欲しいっていうことがやっぱりひょっとしたらそれがこう今回は間に合わないけど同じようなゲームを作った時に後日そのスタッフがなるほどなっていうことでプラスになるかもしれないじゃないですか。こういうところをこう小島プロの作品としては放置できないよねっていうのを先にこう気づいていけるようになっているスタッフっていうのもやっぱり何人かいますし、そういうスタッフがもっと増えてこないとダメだ。なんで僕は全部これ毎回一からこういうこと書かないとダメなんだっていうことをいつも怒られてます。うちらの覚えが悪いんですけど、徐々にはそういうスタッフも出てきているはずです。
ある日小島監督は大きな決断を下した。
サニーの声取り直そうか思ってるんですけど、ブレイフィングの1と2だけ1時間ぐらい取れる。
よくなりますかね。
マジでマジで
サニーの音声を一部再収録することにしたのだ。だが今から音声データを変更することは大きなリスクを伴うことになる。
この時期に撮り直すっていうのは普通あるんですかね。
ないと思います。初めてです。
いろんな部分に影響が出るというか作り直
ぐらい取れる。
だが今から音声データを変更することは大きなリスクを伴うことになる。
初めてです。
いろんな部分に影響が出るというか作り直しが起きたりとかっていうのも結構あるんで、それでこの時期にそこまで制作の過程を戻すのは結構大きいことなんですけど。
しかしリスクの大きさを一番感じていたのは監督自身だった。
この時点でこんなことするのはおかしいんですけど、そういう判断です。ちょっと今回悲壮感のあるお話なので、その中でもちょっと光るような、サニーに変えた方がいいかなと。絵がない状態で、モーションキャプチャーの、アクターさんの動きに合わせてやっていただいてたんですけど、やっぱりサニーの表情とか、瞳の輝きとかですね、そういうのが入ってくると、もうちょっと明るい、後半のサニーにちょっと近い方がいいのかなと。
2月21日サニーの音声の再収録が始まった。
喫音に対するその緊張感みたいなのもなくていいと思います。キャンベルのおっさんがいるんですけど、あの人は何回か会ってると思うんで。
私たちの知る傭兵とは大きく異なっている。
できたよ。
今手が離せないんだ。
スネーク、また吸ってたでしょ。ここは禁煙なんだから。
じゃあ、します。
もうちょっと言ってください。はい、声を張ってるんですけど、怒ってるんじゃなくてっていうちょっと微妙なこと言ってますけど。そうですね。
また吸ってたでしょ。ここは禁煙なんだから。
今だいぶテンション低かったんですけど、スネークとオタコンなんでかなり普通でいいと思います。でスネークが、気がついて驚くところはちょっと驚きすぎだったんで、
求めるニュアンスが出るまで何度でもリテイクを繰り返す。
36番、もうちょっと怒った感じの、はい、輸送機のところの
36 takes
感じのやつで
for this now.
春怒るじゃなくて、はい、はい、
お願いします。
タバコの摂取はやめられないのね。
ああ、これね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
でも大人はこんなこと聞いてもね、吸い続ける。いや、大丈夫です。ここは大人っぽくで、タバコの摂取ですから。天才少女。いやいやいや。
タバコの摂取はやめられないのね。
音声収録は無事終了。だがまたしても大きな修正が出た。
もともとのシナリオでは3人は違うところに引き取られてっていう。みんな焼けたようにしましょうか。そこだけ。
すみません、お待たせしました。
ごめんなさい、セリフを変更してよろしいでしょうか。みんな早く焼けたよ。
ここに来てエンディングの一番最後のセリフを変更したのだ。
みんな早く焼けたよ。おいしそう。太陽みたい。 日はまた昇る。
はい、
はい、ありがとうございます。
こっち使いましょう。
小島監督に変更の理由を聞いてみた。
スネーク春兄さん焼けたよっていうセリフよりも、みんな早く焼けたよと、そのみんなの中に誰がいるかはユーザーが想像すると。もしかしたらスネークかもしれないですし、ライデンかもしれないし、全然違う新しい、友達かもしれませんし、そういう想像を最後してもらうっていうのが意図です。ちょっとでも悩みがあるとあの段階ではやめるべきなんですよ。ただ僕の中ではしっくりきたんで、多分皆さんもこう気に入っていただけると思います。
妥協はしない。時間の許す限り極限までクオリティを高め続ける。それが小島秀夫のゲーム制作だ。2月25日、この日重要な発表があった。
水曜日ぐらいまでチェック修正繰り返します。で木曜日もしここで大きな修正がなかったらもうそれを金曜日にマスタリングしてファーストマスターは終わります。
ファーストマスターとはハードメーカーに提出するディスクのこと。このディスクをもとにさまざまな検証が行われる。バグが発見されればマスターは再提出になる。だが社内の雰囲気は奇妙に明るい。小島監督にその理由を聞いた。
ランナーズハイじゃないんですけど、ゲーム開発ハイみたいな状態になる時があって、もう楽しくてしゃあないんですよね。だから予定は予定であるんですけど、眠たくもなければどんどん仕様を入れて面白くして、次の日また面白くなってるんで、それは一人一人の意識として残るとすごいパワーになるんですよ。
時間の許す限りクオリティを上げ続けるスタッフたち。
空の色味をちょっと再調整してました。3度目の正直で滑り込みで調整させてもらってます。
当然面白くしたいっていう気持ちはすごく強いので、これはちょっと押せばできそうだと思えばちょっとプログラマーの方に強引にこう割って入って無理やりも。
Suck my balls!
散る。小島監督はプロモーションのビジュアルコンセプトにこの言葉を選んだ。
僕が手掛けた最初のメタルギアっていうのがこのスネークのサーガ。
3度目の正直で滑り込みで調整させてもらってます。
These subtitles are ridiculous. The way they go on and off and on and off and on and off.
ちょっと押せばできそうだと思えばちょっとプログラマーの方に強引にこう割って入って無理やりお願いするということもあります。
僕はプログラマーなんで、バグは当然直しますけど、その他にも自分でここみっともないなみたいな部分は、もうギリギリだろうと直したりしています。
ゲームってもう最後の最後にこうまとまってくると出来上がっていくものなんで、ちょっとこう出来上がってくるとテンション上がってきますよね。製品のスケジュールを見て立ち止まることも一つの勇気だとは思うんですけど、でもそれをもし頑張って入れられるものならいいものになるって時に、できるだけいいものにしたいっていうのはやっぱりどうしてもスケジュール関係なく出てきますよね。
その思いがゲームのクオリティを急速に高めていく。
すごいあそこはですね、ヘリに乗ってる
subtitles!
MGS4 の頃のローポリゴンの顔から始まる、ヘリに乗ってるスネークの顔が一瞬 MGS1 の頃のローポリゴンの顔から始まるというちょっとした小ネタなんですけど、とりあえず何でもいいからやってみようということ。
What the hell, man? There's no subtitles for the first bit of his dialogue here, and then I have to turn them on for the second half. Jesus. I can't sit back and just enjoy the documentary because I keep having to change this. I have to keep my eyes glued to it.
スタッフに依頼したんですよ。そしてまあ1時間後ぐらいにできましたとかいきなり言われて、で見に行ったらなんかモーフィングみたいな感じで、まあ、サクッとできてるんですよ。
あ、ここからモーフィング？違うあっこから始まるの。ふわって言った時にもうあの顔が出てヒュッと変わるから。
最初のサニーちゃんの声はなんかちょっとすごく心を閉ざしてる感じで、あと割とこうドスの効いたというか低い声だったんで、表情もそれに合わせてちょっと暗い感じの、ムッとしたような顔だったんですけど、2回目はちょっともっと悲しそうなっていうか寂しそうな顔になったし、笑うところももっと柔らかい感じの笑い方になったんで、ちょっと可愛く見えるようになったと思います。
やはりこう時間もこう労力もかかったので、その東欧のラスト米軍がリギットを囲むところをちょっと見ていただきたいなと。こう表示しているキャラ数ですと。
This part makes me feel so bad because I fucking hate this damn scene. But look at this guy. He's adorable. He put God knows how many hours into it. You know? And it's so impressive from a technical standpoint, especially for its time. You know? Production values through the roof. Blood, sweat, and tears went into it. I'm sorry, MGS4. I'm sorry, Kojima Productions. I respect the work that you put into it. But I don't like it.
とか、あとエフェクト数、あと街並みもかなり大掛かりなものになってまして、かなり大変な作業にはなったんですが、なんとかこうメタルクオリティのものに達しているものが出せたかなと自分では自信を持ってます。
まあ、メインはシャドウモセスのステージリーダーということで、ステージをまとめさせていただきました。雪の質感があんまり出てなかったんで表情をつけてって、空も吹雪と雰囲気がすごく合うようにしています。
一人一人の粘りがゲームをより面白くしていく。そして2月29日この日無事ファーストマスターが完成した。3月10日、この日は初めて海外メディアを招いてのモニター会。世界中のプレスが驚きの声を上げる。小島監督はパーティーにサプライズ登場。本当に人を驚かせるのが好きな人だ。最後にこんな質問をぶつけてみた。
まだちょっと決めてませんけど、若いクリエイターにディレクションを委ねて、僕は一歩引きながら、新しいメタルギアの誕生をこう一緒に見ながらっていう、そういうイメージ。次回は、プロデュースをしながら、自分のゲームはオリジナルの全く新しいものを、それこそ10年ぐらい前の企画なんですけど、それが一番濃いんですよね。実現するとしたらどうやって作ろうかなとか、あるいはその背景をもっと調べないといけないんで、いろんな本も読まないといけないですし、取材もしないといけないんで、それをこういろいろ考えながらやってると、こう時間がすぐ経ってしまうので、なるべく考えないように、今はメタル本のことだけ考えながらっていう感じです。
小島監督は本作でメタルギアを離れ、新たなゲーム開発に向かう。だがメタルの遺伝子は語り継がれ、次の世代に受け継がれる。
No!
花が種をまくように
The tragedy.
思いは残される。
The failure once again to pass it down. Oh man. Sorry, I missed like almost all of the chat during that just because of the subtitles. The subtitle they're even worse than I remembered. The way they keep turning on and off, you know, some of it is built in, but like every minute or so it changes and I have to turn it on manually. The external subtitles. Oh Jesus. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that documentary. If you've never seen it before, it's pretty interesting. Just getting to see behind the scenes and all the issues that arise. I really like that sequence. You know, the argument between Coricado and Kojima, where Coricado just wants to stabilize it as the lead programmer, and I think Coricado might be in charge of the series now. Or, you know, like he's sort of taken Kojima's role as lead producer, lead director over there. And now I can't get my chat open again here for some reason. Hold on. Let me get the game up. I still can't see my chat, by the way. Just give me a minute. So, instead of starting at the start of Act 4, which is where we left off last time, I think we're going to go back to Act 2 to do the podcasts for Act 2, because we missed those. We did the podcast after we meet Naomi, but there's another one that takes place before you meet Naomi, and we still have to do that. For some reason, it's listed after the Naomi podcast, which doesn't really make any sense, but that's the way it is. Just give me one more minute, guys. Okay, so we're gonna load up the end of the Act 2 briefing. And we're gonna run up to the second area of Act 2, I think. And that's where we have to do our podcast. Oh, and I can hear myself talk in the background. Hold on. Hey, what's up, Storm? How's it going, everyone? I can see chat again. How's it going, everyone? Bo, bo, ba, 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 do. What's up, Gurko? Billy? How's it going, everyone? Are there any other documentaries that we'll be watching? Not today, I don't think, but maybe at some other point. No! This is the version that we still have to install. Okay, well, we're going for the super old school MGS4 experience then today. Time to wait for 3 minutes. But, yeah, really interesting getting to see behind the scenes there in that documentary. It's hilarious when you see a few of them laughing about Kojima wanting to change certain bits of dialogue. Sonny's dialogue, like 4 of them in the corner laughing. Like, it kind of reminded me of, like a school atmosphere, like school kids. I never really thought about that until I watched the documentary as well. That like Sonny could be talking to anyone there. Or, you know, that you don't know exactly who she's talking to. Yeah, quite sad watching the end of it. You know, again, Kojima hoping to pass the torch down. If you watch the making of MGS2 as well, that's how that ends. With Kojima passing, you know, that's how the making of MGS2 ends as well, where he's talking about how Snake symbolizes him and Raiden symbolizes his team, and it's Snake passing the torch down to Raiden. As a metaphor for him passing the series down to his team. And here it is again with MGS4, but failed yet again. Hey, what's up, Wing Zero? All right, we're ready. Bang, bong. Bong, bong, bang, bang, bang. Clao, yeah, Dio man, Clao. All right, we're gonna skip. We already played through Act 2.
Otacon.
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held. It's to the north.
What's going on?
All right, we're gonna chill.
Stand up.
Ooh, hello.
Move along.
Yeah, we're just gonna bypass all these fools. Why am I starting here? Because we still need to do a podcast in Act 2. What? Yeah, drop.
The enemy's attacking. Hey.
Oh, that was a nice shot. Ah!
This is HQ. Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Hey.
Fall. Thank you. No, you asshole. Eat what? Nobody's firing. I don't even know how we're in caution. I guess there's one guy still up. Yeah. Okay, so once we get to the next area, I think that's where we need to listen to it.
Who? Oh, you again. What happened?
Get out of my way.
What's up with you?
Ooh. I did actually free the resistance members. I just did it in a very slick and fancy way. So fancy that you didn't even realize I did it. Ooh. We got company. Oh! It's not this guy's day, I don't think. There we go. Crack the balls as well for good measure. Okay. Now, let me just check my notes here. Integral Podcast 6. Integral Podcast 5. Mountainside. Power plant. Okay. I think this is where we need to be. Maybe we have to go to the next area, actually. Or at least get to the Drebin cutscene, but we'll see. Let's stick on podcast number 6.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
World-renowned.
All right, welcome to episode 4 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I am Sean Eystone, and once again, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello.
So, Aki, what do we have in store today?
Okay, it's February right now. What's happening in February?
February
14th.
All right.
Ah, Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Good topic, Ken. Sean, Ken, you guys might know, but it's totally different in Japan what Valentine is like. So let me just explain.
Some Valentine's
the
trivia
chart.
for Japan.
Okay. In Japan, the boys receive the chocolate from girls.
Yeah.
And I thought this was worldwide.
What?
But when I grew up in America, it was totally different.
Right.
The boys have to give
something, right?
Chocolate is pretty common. They give chocolate, but it's usually the guy to the girl in most cases. Either that or it's kind of they exchange presents mutually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that happens also.
Oh, okay.
So it was kind of interesting when I first came to Japan as an exchange student quite a while back, and you know, I got a bunch of chocolates from all these people, and
So you are trying to tell us, you are very, very popular.
No, I'm just saying it is weird, you know, because you know, in America it's always just chocolate to somebody you care about, and it's not that everybody just exchanged chocolate as
Do you
a
know
formality.
why the Japanese Valentines, the girls give the chocolate to the guys?
No, actually.
Do you know who started with, these custom?
No idea.
No. That's, Japanese chocolate company started just because they wanted to sell more chocolate.
Wow.
So that's why.
I love how we're like not even 2 minutes into this podcast. For some reason, we're talking about the differences in Valentine's Day between Japan and the West.
Get anxious during the 11th or 12th or 13th,
All right.
especially on Valentine's Day.
Guess we're just gonna roll with it.
Chocolates they get from girls.
Right.
And the funny thing is, on March 14th, 1 month after Valentine's Day, in Japan there's a day called White Day. You know, white as in black and white.
Right.
So the guys receive chocolates, and if they like that girl, they give a candy back.
Right.
During White Day.
That's a junior high or high school student.
Right.
When you get really old and you have to buy something like luxury stuff, like a
I see.
like a brand wallet. Or
I know, Wexford. This podcast is out of control.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay. So who started this White Day? So probably
Candy Company.
Candy Company started this White Day thing. Well, anyway. Okay. Well, that's the difference in Valentine's Day. Okay, today, Sean, where are we at?
Okay, so today we're gonna continue with South America. We're gonna backtrack a little bit. You know, we did the Naomi tracking mission earlier, and we're gonna go back to the power station level today.
Okay.
Do they have a Valentine in South America?
Are you continuing?
I have no idea. I would assume so. But I don't know.
Just wondering.
Is this universal? Is this universal?
I think so.
It's for Saint Valentine, right?
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Oh, hey.
All right, we're gonna go to the South America power station.
I just remembered I need to thank people. All the people who were subbing and shit during the documentary. Hold on, give me a sec here. Sano, thank you very much for the 100 bits. 1 sec. Mint with the 17 months. Thank you. Samurai, thank you for gifting a sub to Storm. Vuvuzela, thank you for the 3 months. Ananananas with the 30. Ewig, thank you for the 44. Knight, thank you for the 44. Kurt, thank you for the 10. Togon, thank you for the 17. Crawling Chaos, thank you for the 6. Drunk Pack, thank you for the 44. Tony, thank you for the 31. Freaky XP, thank you for the Prime sub. Simon, thank you for the 44. Cheers, everyone. All right, let's resume.
The South America power station. So, Sean, could you hook up the game and...
All right. So we're going to load the save right now, and we want you to just load the save and don't move, first of all, because we're going to point out a few things. So, first of all, you'll see a couple of rebel soldiers in front of you. So just follow these guys for a little bit, and you'll come to a fork in the road where it goes left and right. If you just watch these guys for a while, you'll see that they're using some realistic battle strategy. How would you say it?
Yeah,
Like,
they already went
battle
ahead.
Strategies that, you know, Mori-san.
Yeah, that's what we
instructed.
learned, yeah.
Right. Everybody on how soldiers should move and act in a battlefield.
Right.
So all of these movements that you're seeing, you know, these guys are doing are based on reality. It's all been checked for authenticity, and we paid a lot of close attention to that while we're making the game.
So they kind of stop here and there, and they say okay, and then
Right.
move forward.
Right, and they kind of move along in two-man cells.
Uh-huh.
You know, they have watch each other's back and take cover as they move forward.
Okay.
So anyway, so you'll come to this rock, and you'll see a fork in the road that goes to the left and to the right.
Mm-hmm.
So what we want to do is head to the right, and as you head to the right, you'll see kind of like this ledge leading up to the right, and another path heading straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to want to take the ledge heading up to the right.
Okay.
But before we do, let's just head over here because there's some crops that I want to point out. You know, these things look like corn.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. But actually what some people might not realize is that these are actually potato plants.
Potato plants?
From right here. You know, actually a lot of the staff went to South America, and they went to Peru. And I guess they saw these plants growing around, and they thought, well, you know, it's about the right size, right height for people to hide in. And so they wanted to use it in the game. And, you know, a lot of people thought it was corn, but I guess when they asked one of the locals, they said actually it was a type of potato.
Very, you know, very tall plants.
Yeah, and, you know, supposedly, you know, potatoes are, I guess, from Peru originally. So, yeah, we wanted to use some of the native plants and animals in there, so.
Yeah, one more thing. I wanted to talk about the plant name is Munya, which is like a real plant, not like, you know, we made it up or something. It's a real plant. You can get Munya in somewhere in the battlefield.
Right.
And then when you get altitude sickness, altitude sickness, you know, the sickness, and then you know, get dizzy or something.
Yeah,
like a,
you get sick.
And the snake will be sick too. So when you get Munya, and then you will get better.
Oh, really?
Treat it. Yeah.
When does snake get altitude sickness?
Audubon kind of mentions it. You know, be careful of altitude sickness while you're there. And it's not that obvious, really. I mean, it's not like he just gets altitude sickness while he's walking around or anything like that. But he does get tired pretty easily, you know, in battle situations and things like that. Your stamina will decrease, and using that Munya will bring your stamina back up.
And this is true in real
I think it is actually pretty noticeable on Extreme anyway,
guys went to the
compared to Act 1, how it affects your psyche and everything.
Guys get, you know, the sickness, and they chew those Munya plants, and then they get little better.
Oh, really?
I mean, not completely treated, but you know.
Yeah, I heard Kimura-san got it pretty bad, right?
Yeah,
The league level artist.
Yeah.
So he was chewing Munya all the time.
Yeah, Munya all the time.
He had it in his pocket constantly.
Actually, I never got altitude sickness.
Me either.
I haven't climbed a really high location recently.
I think I've only gotten it once when I went to, like, you know, the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
And you don't feel it right away sometimes. And then you kind of move around for a little bit. I went hiking, and, you know, normally I could run up a hill no problem, and I was just dying by the end of it.
Then you know. Next time you get this altitude sickness, you'll look for Munyas.
Look for some Munya.
And choose some Munyas. Okay, let's go along, John.
Okay, from these potato plants, let's just backtrack a little bit and head up that ledge that you saw to the right a little bit earlier.
And we're going to take the high road.
We're going to take the high road up to the right. And once you climb up that kind of like step-shaped ledge, you'll come to another divide in the road. And to your left, there's a low path.
Yeah.
And to the right, there's another path that goes up even higher. And
so which path are we going to take?
So, you know, the thing is, either way you go, it'll end up in the same place. But let's just go ahead and take the high road.
Okay.
Because
Up on these,
on the right.
Up on the boxes, and then.
So climb up the boxes, then climb up onto the ledge.
Oh.
There'll be a gap. Jump over that.
I was in the wrong
To the
spot.
other side, you'll probably see some soldiers patrolling ahead of you. So go ahead and equip your Mark II pistol and try to take them out, put them to sleep without being spotted. Then jump over the next gap, and you'll get to kind of like this. I guess, you know, you can either go straight ahead and go down to the road, or head to the left. So let's head to the left.
And make another jump.
Make one more jump.
Okay.
Okay. And when you get to the other side here, be careful because there are enemies.
I stopped listening to him. Sorry, Sean.
Careful because there are enemies wandering around. A good thing to do is just have your Mark II pistol ready, and if you see any movement, just go ahead and put them to sleep. You'll probably see a guy on your right here.
So now you're moving forward.
So, kind of hide in this grass.
Yeah.
Take out this guy. And be careful because there are a lot of enemies up here. So once again, you know, if you run into battle, just go ahead and switch your iPod off and take care of the battle first, and then come back. immediately to your left, you'll see that there's a ledge, and there's some snipers here picking off the rebel soldiers down below.
Oh, the corn plant.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on. I think he's talking about this area right here.
Take care of these guys. Yeah, just help out the rebels a little bit. It's kind of hard to see because of the grass.
2 guys there.
Yeah, 2 guys.
2 guys.
So if you had taken the lower route instead of coming up here, those guys would have sniped you.
Yeah.
Okay, now it gets a little bit complicated. There are a bunch of paths that you can take. If you look, you'll see like these power lines. And if you look towards the north, that's the direction that we want to head in. So if you look towards the north, there's like a plateau with some boxes on it. Cubes, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And what you want to do is head towards that plateau and go to the right of that plateau.
Yeah, kind of a, what should we say?
I think this is the plateau.
Yeah, more or less the middle path.
Yeah.
Basically you want to be heading north. So take that middle path, and you'll see another soldier, so go ahead and put him to sleep as well. And then you'll come to another split in the road. And there are a couple paths leading to your left, another one more or less straight ahead, and another one to your right. So let's just head straight ahead. From this vantage point, you'll see a billboard towards the, I guess, northeast. So head towards that billboard.
What's going on? What billboard? Oh, this billboard. Okay, I think we're on the right track.
And as you run towards that billboard, you'll notice you come to a clearing, and to your left, you'll see the power station and a mortar up on this ledge here.
Okay.
This mortar, actually.
Right. So yeah, the goal here is to get to this mortar. This is a really nice vantage point. So I think people should just kind of look around and take in the surroundings. One thing to notice is that this scenery that you're seeing right now is very, very accurate. People from the team actually went down to Peru, went down to South America to get this look. We wanted to make something that was a little bit different from Metal Gear Solid 3. We wanted to have a jungle setting, a forest setting, but not have it be exactly like Metal Gear Solid 3. So, Shinkawa-san and Kimura-san, the lead level artist, went and looked through a bunch of photos and tried to find what location they wanted to use. And South America kind of stood out for its kind of unique landscape with these rocky mountains and kind of sparse vegetation, I guess you could say. I mean, it's still a forest and still jungle, but it's a completely different feel from Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yeah, it's not as much as jungly, with all these. The color settings is different. You have the dirt color, you have the greens and moss greens and things like that. But there's one thing that's really standing out in this, especially when you look to the right, that there's a... Ken, you want to explain about this?
Oh, the sign?
Yeah, the sign.
Right next to the tower, there is a sign. There's a PMC sign.
The white billboard, right?
Yeah, white billboard.
White and red?
Red, top and bottom, and red lines, and there's a PMC sign.
And, it does kind of stand out, and that's intentional also, because, we wanted the player to kind of have this feeling of paranoia while they're in the jungle. No matter where they go, PMC is always there, and they're in control of the area. So like in the Middle East, where you see, PMC flyers on the walls, we wanted to do something similar in South America, so we went ahead and put these giant billboards in here just to kind of raise the level of paranoia.
Yeah, well, who in the world would kind of see this billboard, right? I mean, in the middle of a battlefield.
Well, it's for the people who are fighting, right?
Yeah, well, but
some soldier might gonna change their mind. Join a PMC.
Exactly.
I see. It's really odd once you notice it. When I played the game for the first time, I didn't really notice it at first sight. It was more maybe subliminal, but when you actually see it from the location of the motor, it really stands out. It's really strange because you don't see any advertisement usually in battlefields. I mean,
especially in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah, if it's an industrial area, that's a different story, but it's really funny, come to think of it.
Right.
Any interesting stories, Ken, Sean, about this area and this part?
Well, one interesting story about the mortar itself is, if you press triangle to go ahead and use the mortar, when you're moving it around, you hear kind of this clicking sound that it makes when you rotate it.
Yeah.
And that was in there from the beginning, and we wanted to do that because the mortar actually makes that sound when you rotate it, so we wanted to keep that. But something that got added later on in the development process was the fact that when Snake gets really tired, he starts swaying around, swaying, and he becomes really unstable. And at the end, we kind of put it in there where whenever he's using any weapon, including the mortar, he'll be weak and unable to hold himself still. And so what happens is he's kind of like, you know, swaying around on this mortar, and the thing is just constantly clicking. Click, 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 click.
So annoying.
Yeah, it was very annoying. But the problem was, because it was added late in the development process, and nobody really bothered to check this mortar, and it was too late for us to fix it. But luckily, you know, I guess you could say it's luck. You know, the game came back for another reason, and that gave us another chance to go ahead and sneak this fix in. So we went ahead and did that, and now, you know, we got rid of that annoying click, even if Snake is tired. Yes, very lucky. Very, very lucky.
Oh, so the people will never kind of actually see what was the original.
Right, they'll never see that annoying click.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, so next let's move on down to the power station itself. So to your right, you'll see this fence and a slope leading down.
Oh, okay.
So let's just follow this slope, sneak along this fence, and head down to the power station. You'll see some lumber piled up at the bottom. So let's take cover behind the pile of lumber to your right.
Okay, so we're gonna sneak into the
I love the
sound.
sound.
Right side.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if you look at the power station, it should be right ahead of you. There's a truck parked in front of it, and there's two ways to get in. You'll see one entrance in this brick wall here, kind of directly in front of you. Then behind the truck, there's a gate that's open, and you can also get in through that gate.
Which is easier? Are we gonna go through the gate?
So yeah, let's head through the gate. That's a little bit easier, so be very careful and
not to get spotted.
Don't get spotted. And just kind of run over to behind this truck and take cover.
Run!
Be careful.
Careful.
Yeah, there are guys on the other side of this fence also.
Come on
So
now,
back
Sean.
Down, get your octopanel working, and take these guys.
We're not all as pro as you, Sean.
Well, if you get spotted, let's say you turn this off and take them out, and
There's
then come
guards
back.
over here as well, Sean.
You know, right now we're in the middle of a war zone, so
Are you playing on easy, Sean?
having to fight their way through this. So don't hesitate to take your iPod off and just come back.
Okay, we'll go through the gate, and then
there's a staircase
to this
right on the other side of the gate.
Yeah,
kind of to your left. So head up that staircase and enter the power station through this door on the north side of the building. Okay, you'll see a fan near the door, so you know you're in the right spot.
Fan!
And go ahead and head through the door directly ahead of you, and that leads into another room kind of in the southern half of the building. Yeah. And in this room, you'll see the generators. Generators on the right, and then at the far end of the room, you'll see a window, and to the left of that is a board that controls the generators.
Yeah.
And what you want to do is blow this up and disable the power plant. And,
Oh my
there's actually
God.
two ways to destroy this. You can blow it up yourself.
I did it, Sean!
Or if you just kind of sit around and wait for a little while, you know, once you get into this building, you know, the rebels will kind of fight their way in also. And they may come
The
in and
timing.
go ahead and blow it up on their own.
Yeah, that's
So
what I thought, because when I played for the first time, you know, there were so many enemies around here, so I didn't notice that I had to blow this up. But it kind of shut down automatically, so I thought it was kind of an event.
Well, it happens either way. So you can blow it up yourself,
Yeah.
or you can wait for the rebels to bust in and blow it up for you.
Does it eventually, the rebels will blow it up if you don't do it?
I think they do.
It depends, right? If you manage to fight your way into the power station, then you kind of open the way for the rebels to follow you, and then they'll come in and blow it up. If you just sit outside the power station, you know, it won't move forward. Basically, it's a stalemate with, you know, the PMC fighting the rebels, and nobody really gets the advantage until Snake kind of pierces through the PMC defense and gets into the power station. Then the rebels can come in and blow this up.
So what's the advantage of shutting down this power station?
Well, one thing is, as I'm sure most people have noticed by now, once the generators stop, the war zone kind of settles down. And, you know, basically it means victory for the rebels, and the PMCs have pretty much pulled out of the area at that point. You can tell if the power's off, because if you look around, you see those fans, the circulation fans that were turning earlier in the room that we came through, are now stopped.
Oh,
And the generators will
cool.
no longer be humming, so
I'm not sure if I ever noticed that before.
the rebels have succeeded in shutting down the power plant. Okay, so what you want to do is there's a window at the, you know, near that control panel that got blown up. There's a window to the right of that. So let's just go ahead and jump out that window, and you'll end up behind the power station. If you climb up this ladder, it goes up onto this this tower.
Okay, so we're gonna climb up the ladder. We're climbing up the ladder now.
Okay. One thing I want to point out too is, you know, a lot of people don't really realize how much effort goes into making the Octocam for Snake. But you know, every surface in the game had to be assigned a certain Octocam texture, including like, you know, this grate on this electric tower. Some really interesting patterns that you can take. So if you know, go down and take this Octocam, you can see Snake kind of has this fishnet
kind of texture.
Yeah, it's kind of a snake-looking, you know, fishnet-looking pattern. You know, so you can get these kind of cool patterns. And one thing to point out that some people may not realize is that you can actually save these patterns. And
oh, that's right.
Right. So yeah, maybe let's just point that out. If you go into your menu and go down to camouflage, you'll see you know, there's cloth and chest. So go ahead and select cloth.
So right now we have this camo called fence camo.
Right.
So that
Pretty
Sean
cool.
just picked up.
So I have the fence camo, and if you select from the camouflage menu, you select cloth. And at the bottom of that, you'll see an option that says to register camo pattern. If you do that, you can register it as a new camo pattern, and it'll be added to your list of patterns. And you can select that at any time during the game by loading that pattern. So, you know, no matter what stage you're on, you can load these kind of interesting patterns just to kind of customize Snake's looks. So, you know, it's kind of fun. And there's some pretty weird patterns in the game too. Like, you know, if you lay down between two surfaces, and half of your body is on tile and another half is on some kind of grass, or, you know, some people might want to go and gather some patterns if they're interested. But anyway, here we are at the top of this electric tower. If you head to the northwest corner of the tower, you'll see there's an electric line heading off to another tower to the north. And you can actually hang off of this line and head to that adjoining tower. So let's go ahead and do that because there are some really cool items on that side. So go ahead and jump over the fence, grab onto the wire, and just kind of inch your way along to the other side.
Okay, now this reminds me.
Oops.
This reminds me when I first played, as I explained, that I didn't turn off the power plant. And I was just, you know, sneaking. There's a lot of enemies, but I knew there was a way to get to the other side of the power plant. But there was a wall that, you know, resisted for me to get there. And I knew I had to kind of do this stunt. But since I didn't turn this off, you know, you get this electric shock. I bet a lot of people had this when they first played. They didn't know how to turn this off. And I had to fight. I think not died, but kind of fell off a couple of times. Because people start noticing you and start shooting you at the same time, and electrifies you as well. So I was like bashing my buttons to, you know, just say, Snake, move. And then at the very last second, I think this was programmed as well, that you could actually make this stunt to the other side in the very last minute.
Right.
I succeeded. And I thought this was a trick. I didn't know I had to turn this off, you know, the whole time. So I did this when I first played it. We have this gorgeous playroom in Kojima Productions, well, actually in this Konami building. And I had the luxury to come in on a Saturday or Sunday to finish the game. And Ken was doing some editing and, you know, work stuff, and I was just constantly, you know, playing with Ayako.
That was really funny because you guys played through the game like all day or something.
Yeah, because we came in Sunday. We were doing this MGS4 for Europe, and we had to be the product managers. So you have to, of course, clear the game.
Right.
And you have to understand the game. So we couldn't do it in normal hours, like Monday to Friday, because we had like other work to do. So Ayako and I decided we have to spend the night in the office or come on Saturdays or Sundays. And since no one is in the office, well, a lot of people in Kojima Productions was, you know, working night and day. But this room with this luxury couch and a 50-inch projector and 5.1 surround system, we had this, we call it the Hideo room actually, because Hideo uses this room to show
for
the
the
guests.
presentation.
Yeah, presentation and things like that. But we had this luxury time Sunday to sit in the couch, and then we played all day. But Ken didn't tell me that I had to shut this power plant off. He didn't care. And he was
or maybe he just wanted to see you shock yourself.
You know, I just wanted to know, like, you know, how many people will notice, like, you know, this trick.
Well, Ken always said that. Ken always said when I was stuck in other places as well, he didn't give me, you know, he gave me hints at the end when I was constantly trying to, like, defeat the boss or something.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
that was Vamp.
Vamp. Oh, I couldn't figure this one out because the reason is at that time the Autocon's
the codec call wasn't in yet.
Yeah,
right. Oh, right.
So there was no hints.
Right.
So I had to figure this out, which is almost impossible.
Yeah,
if
it
you
is.
don't have this Snake. Why not try doing this? You know, if I don't have this, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I was asking Ken across, across the room, saying, "Ken, what should I do? I've been stuck for 30 minutes. And I don't know what to do." And he said, "Call Autocon." And I'm doing Autocon. But Autocon's saying the same thing. You gotta hide, Snake, but it doesn't make sense. And Ken says, "Oh yeah. Oh, it's not in yet." But this was another point in this power plant where I had to climb and hang on this electrical lines, which is, I think, really, really programmed very well. That even if it is electrified, you could actually make this move to the other
side. So you can just barely make it. The distance is there, so you can make it to the other side.
It was so cool. Okay, sorry. What's the main item around here?
Okay, so you see there are a few items here, so let's just go pick it up. The most important thing is this rifle scope that you'll see in the corner here. And of course, this is an attachment for your M4 rifle. And we really want to encourage people to do a lot more sniping. So we put the scope here, and it's a really cool item because you can totally trick out your M4, put a scope on it, silencers and things like that. And there's a couple other items here, some anesthetic rounds and some more ammo. Be sure to pick that up. Don't pass that up. Okay, so that just about wraps up the power station. So once you climb down from this tower and head outside, the cutscene with Drebin will start up, and that'll wrap up the power station.
You're not going to tell me about the launcher down here, Sean?
So the first time play is always the most amazing experience for me.
Yeah.
Second time with all these details that, Sean and Ken is giving really adds depth. Makes you urge to see it once more. Again, when you go outside, you'll notice more the potato plants, the Munias, and also the billboards of the PMC, which is quite interesting. So you'll get a different perspective of how much effort you guys put in to this game.
That was very tough.
It was tough. We had a lot of deadlines.
Okay, Sean, what's up for the next episode?
So the next episode, we're gonna go ahead to the stage right after the power station, and that's the confinement facility. So what you want to do is just go ahead and watch the cutscene with Drebin. Then once that's done, you'll see after that there's 2 paths that you can take.
Yeah.
You'll find yourself after the cutscene, you'll be on the road, and you can follow the road, which heads to your right, or you can take a left and head down into the forest.
Okay.
And what we want to do is take the left and head into the forest.
Okay.
Either way works. If you want more of an action-oriented approach, you could take the right. But the left works to your advantage because there's some items back there. So yeah, definitely take the left path, go through the forest, and just kind of stick to the left wall as you go through this entire area. And you should come out at the confinement facility checkpoint near the salt pans and go ahead and save it there. And we'll pick up from that point in 2 weeks.
Okay, so everyone got that, the confinement facility, and we'll meet you there in March for more tips and fun talk from Sean and Ken. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Playboy here in the dark corner, in the shadows. I love how they always stick Playboys in the bushes and things like that. In a corner away from everyone. Nothing else over here to pick up. Well, I learned something new there about the potato plants and the Munia and all of that. So that's something. It was a little bit tedious at times.
Wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
This podcast was DLC that you could download. It was free DLC that they released after the game released, shortly after the game released.
Metal Gear Solid Solid 4, brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
All right. You can still download them, yeah. Yeah, there's a workaround, like you have to use a specific DNS or something. All right, we'll skip.
Every aspect.
But yeah, there's some interesting stuff in these podcasts. It's kind of a mixture of tedium and some interesting tidbits. You know, when you're just kind of waiting around for them to say something, it can be a little bit of a slog. When you're waiting for them to progress. But I've learned some stuff, so I'm happy. Okay, so Sean commanded me to go up here, I think. How about we just play the next one?
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, everyone, welcome to episode number 5 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eystone, and I am here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone.
All right, today we're going to tackle the confinement facility.
Yes.
So just go ahead and load the save, which you should have prepared a couple weeks ago. And as soon
I
as you
haven't
enter,
prepared any
you'll get
save.
a call from Raiden. Just go ahead and listen to that call or skip through it, whatever you want. And
God damn it, Sean. Hold on. I thought Sean wanted me to take this specific path. I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, we got a javelin. Why does he always do this? God damn it, Sean. Sean, where am I? All right, Sean, take it away.
whatever you want. And you'll find yourself up on a ledge, and you'll have a beautiful view of these salt pans.
Do you guys have salt pan in US?
Not so common. You know, they have salt mines, but I think not so many salt pans. You know, I'm from Hawaii, and they kind of do this, a similar thing with the seawater. They kind of, have the tide come in, and they have a seawater trap in kind of like a pond, and then they let it dry and take the salt off of it. But I'm not sure if they have.
Oh, the camo looks nice with the cracks and everything.
It's funny how this ended up in here because, originally the crew that went to South America, this salt pan area wasn't on their tour. originally.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to go somewhere else that day, but for various reasons they couldn't go on the tour they intended to go on. And the tour guide suggested they come to this salt pan area and took them on a tour there. And the group went there and saw this scenery and thought, wow, this is really great. We want to put this in the game. And so here it is.
It's really, looks pretty beautiful because, these white thing, that the salt thing, it looks so real.
Well, at first I didn't know what it was. When I came into the stage, I didn't know what they were because, I was so anxious proceeding forward, actually. But when you take a good view, well, actually, I think a lot of people did, but, traveled around.
Oh, Gurko. Coming in with the generosity. Once again, Gurko with the 15 pack. My God, thank you so much, Gurko. Cheers, man. Since you're being so generous, let me see. There we go. Have another 10, chat. Enjoy. Cheers, everyone.
Made you kind of look again, look twice. I mean, at first, I thought they were like kind of huts.
Kind of like burrows, kind of like a living underground kind of thing. Like
well, during elementary school, I had this class where of Native Americans. No, the Incas. The Incas, and we kind of clay modeled these houses and huts that was made of mud, and this kind of reminded me.
Oh, okay. The house?
Yeah, houses and things like that. So I thought it was like that. But actually, it isn't because the height is so. As a house, it's just too small.
Right.
That's true.
Well, one thing about the height, actually, is that when they actually went to these salt pans, they were actually much higher. But when we wanted to put them into the game, they were a little bit too high because it's just too easy to hide. And so the game didn't really hold up. So actually, the height was intentionally lowered a little bit to make you have to kind of crouch and hide as you proceed through the area. But, since you mentioned the Inca thing, actually these salt pans, according to the tour guide, have been around
make it possible to
since
climb up
pre-Inca
them as well,
times.
I would say.
So it is, an old tradition in Peru where, the native people do this. There's like an underwater stream and they irrigate it into these salt flats. So the water that comes out from underground, of course, is full of salt, and then they let it dry in these pans, and that's where they got their salt from.
Well, yeah, it definitely kind of reminded me of that elementary school art class that I had.
What's going on? Why are you interrupting Aki talking about his art class?
Where are we gonna head?
Right, so if you proceed down...
Aki just spoke for like 10 minutes about his art class. He didn't stop talking there. They edited at least 10 minutes out there. Poor Aki, always getting shit on by Sean. God damn it, Sean.
A little bit.
Mint! Oh, Jesus Christ, Mint. You just had to go and one-up everyone. Mint. With the 100 pack. Jesus Christ, Mint. At it again. Up to his old tricks. Thank you so much, Mint. Good God, that is a lot of money to be throwing at the channel. For a wee little stream like this. Not even a marathon or anything fancy. Just a wee little MGS4 integral podcast playthrough. Thank you so much, Mint. Enjoy, whoever was lucky enough to get one of those gifted subs. Cheers, Mint.
Coming in from your left.
Yeah.
And when you get to the bottom of these steps, to your right, you'll see an enemy. So let's put him to sleep. Okay, so let's try and climb up onto one of these salt pans.
I was already up there,
there's
Sean.
a cool octo camo that you can get up here. As long as you're laying down, you won't get found.
Sean, you want to talk about these salt pans for 10 minutes? You don't think I'm going to jump up on them?
These holders, so let's just talk a little bit. In the last stage, we talked about, being able to save octocam patterns.
Yeah.
So for people who are trying to collect really unusual patterns for their octocamo, you can actually get a unique pattern of these salt flats, which you can get nowhere else in the game.
Cool.
So for anyone who wants to...
Oh! Gurko! 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 Coming in with another 100. I think my sub goal is broken at the moment. I think I need to open up my stream labels. Because I think we should be up to like 1,400 and something now. Or maybe it'll be a bit less. I don't know. If some subs dropped off after the last stream. My God, Gurko. Thank you so much. With another 100 pack. Jesus. Cheers, everyone. Much appreciated. I wasn't expecting all this generosity today. Thank you. Hold on. Give me a second here while I see if I can fix this sub goal.
You can get nowhere else in the game.
Cool.
So for anyone who wants to have a complete collection of obscure Octocam patterns.
Okay.
Okay, I think I fixed it. There we go. Again, thank you so much, Gurko and Mint. That is crazy generosity. Cheers, everyone.
Obscure Octocam patterns.
Okay, so we got this unique, this stage only.
Right.
They're probably going to point this out, but I just noticed there's actually a pool here. There wasn't on the last one. And there's a different camo texture for it as well. Look, we're all wet here. But if we move over here and switch Octo Camo, see? That's pretty cool. I'm not sure if I ever noticed that before.
This stage only.
Right.
The salt pan camo.
Yeah. If you go and save it, you'll notice it's actually not called salt camo. You know, it's water camo. But it's a really unique pattern. And, you know, basically the different camouflage falls into different categories, like, you know, water camo or soil camo.
Right.
And, you know, it's called the same thing, but the textures are all different. You know, all unique depending on you know, where you took the sample.
This definitely doesn't look like water. It looks more.
Well, it's.
It looks kind of
right?
nasty. It looks kind of moldy or
That was
something.
really tough job you guys are doing.
I'm being reminded of the granny in The Shining for some reason. The granny in the bathtub. Probably because I was just watching it the other day, but.
That was really hard because they make the background graphics, you know, they make the all, you know, kinds of those camo patterns. Took a long time.
Yeah,
and must be more than dozens of them.
Oh, 100. I mean, it's a lot. I don't even know how many there are.
Yeah.
But new ones would always keep on popping up also because, you know, they're always tweaking the art and, you know, you want to tweak something. Oh, it'd be cooler if it looked like this. But then, of course, as soon as you change it, you got to change the Octo Camo.
Yeah.
So.
Is it unlimited? You could save how many camouflage patterns?
I think we have a maximum number.
Yeah, but quite a lot. You could save quite a lot.
Yeah.
And then where do we?
So we're gonna go to.
Where are we heading?
Okay, you'll see the road a little bit further down this ledge. And this actually hooks up to the road that you saw earlier. Now, you could take two routes here. When you come down to this road, you could head to the right, which kind of goes, I guess, to the east, like to the northeast. Or you could take the left. If you take the right path, it'll head to the confinement facility, which is a pretty big facility, and there's a lot of battle going on there. So that's more of an action-oriented approach. On the other hand, if you want to take the left path, and kind of stick to these salt flats, these salt pans, you can head up to a smaller facility where some POWs are being held and help them escape. It's kind of a shortcut. So let's head to the left because...
Oh, I didn't realize my stress was so bad there. The shake.
Sneak your route, and there's some pretty cool items in that direction.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So stick to the top of these salt pans. Don't go down to the road.
I want to stay with these salt pans forever.
You'll see guys here, so be careful not to draw attention to yourself. If you are spotted, just go ahead and put them to sleep. Okay, so proceed onward.
These salt pans are cozy.
Path.
It's kind of a small corridor.
Yeah, you kind of go. There's like an archway.
Yeah.
Just head through these archways.
So we're proceeding through this corridor of salt pans on your right, and also there's some salt pans on the left top, right?
Yeah, kind of up the hill. There's a lot of salt pans, and it just kind of cascades down the hill towards the bottom.
Okay.
So we just want to stick to the high road here. Don't take the lower road. You'll see some enemies patrolling down there. So you can go ahead and put them to sleep.
Okay, so we take the road alongside this fence?
Yeah, there's a wooden fence, and it heads up behind another one of these billboards.
Okay, we'll stop once we hit the green.
Yeah.
The green part.
So head up till you get to this grass, and then you can just hide in this grass here. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so from this vantage point, you can see there's a guard tower in the distance, and a few guards patrolling the yard here. So, you want to take these guys out. Just go ahead and do that. Take these guys out.
Sorry, Sean, I was dancing. Who am I taking out?
Oh, yeah, I missed them. Let me try that again.
You're not playing, Sean.
It's a little too far.
Yeah, it's pretty far. If you're using a sniper rifle, you can probably get this guy. But if you're using your Mark II pistol, it's a little hard to hit him. But yeah, just go ahead and take these guys out.
Okay. And then where do we...
So we're going to go to...
Where are we heading?
Okay, so now you want to head down the hill. There's a shack on your left. And you'll see there are some POWs.
Oops, sorry, Sean. Hold on.
Shack on your left. And you'll see there are some POWs in that shack.
Yeah.
And so we want to free these guys.
Okay.
And keep on going until you hit this truck.
Okay.
When you get to the truck, turn to your left, and you'll see a couple of enemies. There's one enemy standing in front of that small building to your left, and another enemy beyond that in the larger L-shaped building. So what we want to do is put this guy to sleep, who's guarding this small building. But be careful, because when you do so, the guy inside of the larger building may come out.
I lost track of what I was supposed to be doing.
Inside of the larger building may come out to fight, so be careful and be ready to put him to sleep as well. So put him down and go into the building and save the resistance members.
All right, I saved them.
You can also pick up a Playboy inside of this room. Okay? All right, so now let's head back outside. So go outside of this small building. Then as soon as you exit the door, turn to your left. You'll see the larger building straight ahead of you. So let's head that way. You should be heading west. And head forward until you hit the wall of this large building. When you do, just follow the wall around the corner. You should be heading to your left. And then when you round the corner on your right, you'll see a door. So let's head in through that door. Okay.
This better be the place, Sean.
Once you enter the building, you want to just be heading north and go through the door on the north end of this room. And beyond that, you'll see another room with a hole in the floor.
Yes!
Yeah, this broken hole. Yeah.
And near that, you'll find a very cool item. The VSS silenced sniper rifle.
No!
Go ahead and pick that up. And there's also a stun grenade and a bunch of other stuff here. You can also drop down to the hole and pick up a bunch more, cool little items. One thing is if you free the prisoners and you set them free and you follow them, they actually run past the guard station, that tower at the far end. And near that station is a path that leads to the east and down to kind of like a mine shaft.
Let's head that way.
Right.
Okay.
So basically just backtrack, head back out through the door on the south end of this room. And as soon as you go out that door, turn to your left. And basically you just want to head straight on out until you hit the truck outside.
Sean!
Once you get to the truck, turn to your left, and you should see the tower straight ahead. So
I can't play stealthily. I need to catch up to where Sean is.
And this is actually a really huge shortcut. You can skip over the entire, confinement facility itself.
Oh, really?
And head straight to the Vista Mansion from here.
Well, actually, I didn't notice this when I first played at all. So I went
Really,
the official route, so to say.
The whole thing about people noticing, from the very beginning, I think there are a lot of paths where you can take either left or right.
Yeah.
Especially right after the power station, you have either the road or there's the forest path. I think a lot of people tend to take the road because it's, really obvious. It looks like the path that you're supposed to take. And for people who take that path, they may not even see the salt pans at all. So, it really pays to explore and take a look around. Another good thing to do is actually backtrack. Once you come here and rescue the prisoners, if you want to get all the items, take the road back to the confinement facility.
Yeah.
And, there are some cool items back there as well.
Oh, multi-part.
Right. So, it's up to you. If you want to get through the stage as quickly as possible, say, you want to earn a certain badge for finishing the game within a certain amount of time, then you should probably take the shortcut and head straight to the mansion. But if you want to take the more complete route and gather all the items, then you can take the road heading
Ghost-Ronaut,
to the right.
thank you so much for the 5 months. Hold on. Let me just check. Tycoon, thank you for gifting a sub to A Wild Fox Appears as well. And again, Gurko and Mint, thank you so much for your crazy sub bombs. Cheers, everyone.
870, which is a shotgun that you can load with V-ring rounds, knock people out.
Okay, so we just picked up VSS. Can you explain a little bit more about the VSS?
Yeah, it's basically it's a silent sniper rifle, and it's basically just a really useful sniper rifle because you can take people out without them noticing you.
Okay. Anyways, in the mansion, there's a couple of points you want to.
There's some
point out.
Cool little things. It's nothing that'll affect your game at all, but there's some hidden things in the mansion. Some fans might want to find.
Sean, are you already at the mansion? When did we leave this area, Sean? Why are we only talking about the VSS now, when we picked it up in this area? I assumed we were still there for some reason. God damn it, Sean.
There's been posters in Metal Gears before, with like swimsuit models and things like that. I think most notably, people will remember them from Metal Gear Solid 2, 3 and things like that. If you go into Vista Mansion, there's one of a very popular Japanese swimsuit model, right?
Yeah.
We're not there yet, though, are we, Sean?
Akina, right? For people who want to see who Akina is, you can go into the Vista Mansion, and if you go in through the front...
Sean! Okay, right, we're gonna have to pause and get up to the mansion. Did Sean guide us through this area? Maybe I missed that completely. Maybe Sean guided us through here. Oh, Sean. Can't live with him, can't live without him. All the waiting around I'm doing, listening to the podcast, really isn't good for Snake's stress.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably going to use it to bust their way into the mansion. Give it some cover and it might get you inside the compound.
No, we didn't. Surely Sean didn't talk about all this, did he? I think Sean might be getting ahead of himself. We'll resume the podcast and see if he comes back to this point. Maybe he just, can't wait to tell us about Akina for some reason.
You go into the Vista Mansion, and if you go in through the front door, take a right, there'll be some pictures on the wall. And you go ahead and shoot those pictures, and behind one of the picture frames, you'll see a hidden Akina poster. And so you can see one there downstairs. Then also, when you head upstairs in the Vista Mansion, before you head outside on the second floor, there's a bed, and if you lay down on that bed and look up, there's actually an Akina poster on the ceiling right above the bed. So, yeah. So for
I
people who
forgot
don't know
about
who
the
Akina
Akina
is,
poster
that's a good place to
downstairs.
find out.
Well, also, if you recently come to Japan, she's really becoming really popular. So you'll see Akina all over on cover of magazines,
right,
famous TV programs. She's really popular now. So I think no doubt that you should check this out in the Vista Mansion.
People who want to know a little bit more about what's popular in Japan.
Yeah, I really want to know about what's popular in Japan. Yes. For the historian in me. Hold on a second. Let's get a bit of Japanese history here. Hey, now we're cultured. So, in case any of you guys were wondering what's popular in Japan and all that, here's Akina. Very popular these days.
Who's popular in Japan. Okay, so one thing about these Akina posters, aside from being nice to look at, if Snake looks at them, just like looking at a Playboy, he'll recover some of his stamina. So, if you don't want to take the time to use an item, you can just stare at these posters and it'll help you out a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely another reason to look at.
Look at her. It's just an excuse.
Yeah. Oh, there's other magical thing about this Akina posters that Ken mentioned.
Right.
Yeah, this is very magical possibly. That's because normally you shoot a gun and then you got the wall or just place
a bullet hole.
Bullet hole. Or these posters, you're not gonna any.
You can't destroy them.
Right.
You
Akina is all powerful.
Yeah, she's very powerful. And plus, you will listen to the Snake.
Right. Yeah. When you look at the poster, you'll say Akina.
Or
it's Akina.
It's Akina.
Yeah. So you can hear, I guess, an unusual line for Snake. When we were planning this stage early on, there was another shortcut that we were thinking of putting in earlier on after the power plant.
Yeah.
There's the left path and the right path, and there's the road. One of the ideas that was being tossed around at that time was maybe you could sneak onto one of the trucks that was taking the road, and you could actually take a shortcut by climbing onto a truck and just riding along with those guys as they went into the Vista Mansion. But the problem with that, of course, is that it's a little bit too much of a shortcut. You bypass this whole area, so we decided not to do that. But yeah, this one is still here. This one is pretty good because it's hidden, and I think if people don't free those POWs, it's kind of hard to find. Okay, so whether you take the path back to the confinement facility and get more items, or whether you take the shortcut, I think we'll wrap it up here. Either path you take, you'll eventually end up at Vista Mansion and continue on to the next stage.
Well, I kind of noticed, Sean, Ken, that there's differences. Of course, Japanese and English phrases are different, like names.
Yeah, names is different.
Pronounced differently.
Right.
From Japanese, a famous one is probably Naomi.
Right.
In America,
most people would probably say Naomi.
Naomi?
Right. Naomi.
Okay, so Naomi and Naomi, most Japanese or people in Kojima Productions probably just pronounce it Naomi. Which is a very Japanese way of saying. Others like Otakon.
Right.
So the team members always says Otakon. But American people
say
Otakon.
Right. Like some character names are totally different. Like the character name from the Street Fighter 2.
Cool, man. I really love Otakon, playing Metal Gear with my dad.
Ryu in English and Ryu in Japanese.
Yeah.
So do you guys have a problem to pronounce, like Ryu sound?
I actually did. Before I learned Japanese, I played Street Fighter and stuff, and I always said Ryu.
Oh, really?
It's just because in English, when you write R-Y-U, that's what you would say. There's no Ryu sound in English.
Oh, okay.
And so, like, unless you speak to somebody who speaks Japanese or you listen to an example, I don't think anybody would think of pronouncing RYU as Ryu.
Oh.
They would always say Ryu because that's the way it would be pronounced. You know, one that's a big problem is actually Raiden. Because, you know, in Metal Gear, from the very beginning, there's voice acting, so they know it's Raiden. But most people, when they see Raiden written, they think it's Raiden. And so, like in other games, there have actually been characters named Raiden.
Oh, the fighting game,
right? Like
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat. Yeah.
And most people always said Raiden. Or even like the old shooting game, you know, Raiden. Right? People would always say Raiden.
Yeah.
So I think for Metal Gear, it's not so much a problem because there is voice acting, so people can hear, you know, the correct pronunciation.
Okay, that's another Kojima production terminology.
Yeah.
There's a famous one from Hideo Kojima himself. Is when he talks about cameras. So FPS camera or the first-person view.
Yeah, first person.
But third person. Hideo calls it something totally different. He calls it the ass camera.
Ass camera. Yeah. That's a Ketsukame. Ketsukame, that's he said.
Ketsu means yes, and kame is short for camera. So Hideo always says, you know, Ketsukame.
Yeah, I think that kind of threw me off when I first came to Kojima Productions. You know, because you can go to third-person view, and everybody's always saying Ketsukame. What is Ketsukame? I knew what it was from context, but you know, I wasn't sure why they called it. You know, this.
Well, it's because you could see the whole backside of the character. It doesn't necessarily you're not looking at this character's butt, but you could see the whole butt and everything.
Right.
Hideo started to call it.
But you know, some people get confused because the kame is a shorter word of the camera, right? But you know, the kame is also the turtle.
Yeah, that's right, turtle.
Japanese, so the butt turtle.
Butt turtle.
Yes, turtle.
Yeah. What does that mean? Yeah,
I don't want to know.
It's another one, and also a lot of people get confused about how we say the cutscenes.
Oh yeah, that I actually mix up a lot. You know, just because I've worked in a Japanese company for so long, I always say it the Japanese way, which is
demo,
right? So you watch this demo, but in English, you know, most people say cutscene.
Right,
you know?
right.
And if you say demo, a lot of people are going to think it's like a demo of the game, like a trial version.
In MGS1, Miller always refers to cutscenes as demos. Although I shouldn't say always, because I think there's only one or two codec calls where he talks about it. But, you know how Miller has all this advice for you in MGS1. And one of his bits of advice is be prepared to sit in front of the monitor for a long time, because you never know when a long demo is about to begin. And by demo, he means cutscene. Interesting that they're talking about this.
Version, yeah.
Okay, what do we have planned for episode 6?
Okay, episode 6, we're gonna jump to Europe, and we're gonna do the stalking mission.
Yes.
Which is one of my favorite sequences in the entire game.
This is a very controversial.
It's a very divisive stage.
Yes. So make sure
I like
you
the
tune
stalking
in.
sequence. We already did that, though.
So where's our meeting point?
Okay, so we'll just start from the beginning of the stage, basically. So go ahead and get to Eastern Europe. And,
Sean, you are lying to me again. You already told me to go to the start of Act 3 a few episodes ago, and we already did it. But then you tricked me by telling me to come back to Act 2 to do this. So you're all over the place, Sean, with your instructions. We already did this, and you already told me to go to Act 3. 3 episodes ago. Maybe 4 episodes ago. No, it wasn't. It was like 2 or 3 episodes ago. There's only so much betrayal I can take, Sean.
Go ahead and get to Eastern Europe, and you're going to have to track the resistance member as soon as you exit the train station, and we'll pick up from there.
Okay.
See you at the right after demo.
Right.
Yeah.
After that demo ends.
That means cutscenes.
Okay, thanks guys. See you next time.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh, I'll forgive you, Sean. All right. Okay, so now I think we have to go to Act 4, because we already did the Act 3 podcasts. If you weren't here for the last podcast session, by the way, it's you can still catch the VODs. The other sessions are still there in the VODs. This is the fourth part of this playthrough, and all the previous parts should be there. All right. I think we might have to wait for Act 4 to install, but I guess we'll live with it. Let me save here, just for the hell of it. Okay, so we'll watch the cutscenes again now. And it's time for everyone's favorite, Act 4's briefing. Bow, wow. Bow, bow. Oh, only 2 minutes. Okay. I can take it. Part of me kind of likes seeing these screens again, I have to admit. Because it's been a long time. It's been over 1 hour since you started the game. Don't overdo it. Be sure to take breaks every so often. Try looking far off in the distance or resting your eyes for short intervals. Hey, what's up, Fresh Tendrils? Bow, bow. Is this not the updated version? Well, I could do the full install. I'm just playing on a different version than I usually do. I usually play on the digital version that I have shared with DRK, but this is my old original disc that I'm using now, which I did have fully installed, but only on my previous PS3. I still need to do it on this new PS3. Mint, thank you for gifting a sub to FIFA as well. Cheers. Mora Derer, the MGS rumors just feel like a big joke to me. Like, it's constant for years now. Oh, new leak. MGS is being ported. There's going to be a new MGS being made by so-and-so. Like, how can I take any of this seriously? It's, it's like every few months we're hearing it. And it's been for the last couple of years. Silent Hill, it's been even worse. Jesus Christ. The poor Silent Hill series. But, I'm sure eventually something will happen. But, yeah, I see no reason to believe any of the rumors.
いいよ金口
We'll launch a stealth nuclear warhead at JD.
I thought you couldn't control the nuke with GW.
We can't. We've taken over their guns and heavy weapons, but the WMDs are still under JD's control. That's where Rex comes in. I know where to find nukes they don't control. Vamp, how long until Rex is ready?
All that's left is the final check. We've identified JD's location through GW, an abandoned 20th century satellite orbit, disguised as debris.
A clever place to hide.
Satellite orbit.
With a stealth nuke, there's no need to worry about the Patriots intercepting it. By the time they realize what's happening, it'll all be over.
Once JD, the core AI is destroyed, GW's priority will rise to 1, and all the systems under JD's control will then be ours to command. Now go.
What the devil is this?
The video feed from the Mark II cuts off here.
Haven. Yeah. Drebin was saying something about that.
In the beginning, the Patriot system was controlled by 4 AIs, with JD at the top. One of those AIs was GW. The Patriots thought it had been destroyed, but Liquid was able to use it as cover to slip inside the system.
GW. I knew I'd heard that name before.
Yeah. GW was one of the Patriot Cell AIs. It was installed on Arsenal gear. Emma's worm should have put it permanently out of commission. But Liquid somehow recovered and repaired it. I'm guessing JD must be unable to recognize GW, even though it's inside the Patriot system. It's a blind spot. GW was written off as lost while it was still tied in. Using it let Liquid interfere with the AI from the inside. He made contact under the guise of Big Boss's genetic code. Even the AI threat detection system was fooled.
Even on the network. Free from oversight by the Patriots' AIs.
It all makes sense now. That's why they made Arsenal go berserk 5 years ago. GW was on board.
Where is this Haven? Where is their base?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is using the position of the Mark II's last transmission to predict the course of Liquid's ship. It's only a matter of time before we find him.
But that's not all Liquid said. Something about Rex being ready.
Rex? You mean Shadow Moses? It's Campbell.
The
U.S. military's systems are all in Liquid's hands now.
Looking good,
regional
Colonel.
Systems have all been shut down. Guns are falling silent across the Earth. It's the first total ceasefire in human history.
How's the White House responding? The public?
The president has yet to make an official announcement. But the media is starting to pick up on it.
The information's gonna be controlled anyway.
Not this time. The war economy is ground to a complete halt. It's tough to play down a crisis of these proportions. War economy-related stocks are already going into a free fall.
They must be shitting themselves in the White House right about now.
In any case, America had better sleep soundly while she still can. Liquid's insurrection is about to begin. The first thing he'll do is try to destroy the system the Patriots built to control the U.S.
He's already taken the system.
No. Supreme authority still resides with JD, which the Patriots still command. Which is why Liquid plans to launch a nuclear strike on JD in its orbit.
But Liquid only controls SOP, and SOP only controls guns and small firearms. Unless he gains supreme authority, Liquid can't use America's nukes and ballistic missiles. So how's he gonna launch this strike?
Good question. The U.S. converted its nuclear arsenal to reliable replacement warheads 2 years ago.
RRWs.
Yes. The core of the RRWs is now completely ID controlled by the SOP system. You'd need supreme authority from JD itself to control them, and they can be shut down remotely in case of an emergency.
All the old nukes were pulled out of service when they deployed the replacements.
If Liquid can't use the nukes, then what's his plan?
That's it. He's going to use Rex.
What?
Rex was scrapped before the Sons of the Patriot system was implemented.
Of course. The railgun.
Indeed. Rex's railgun can launch a stealth nuclear warhead into space unconstrained by the system. In short,
I'm glad the Colonel is so optimistic about all this. He's really keeping everyone's spirits up here, I think. Doing his best.
Liquid's going to use it to kill JD and deliver the coup de grace to the Patriots' reign.
Campbell, where's Rex now?
I think you know. A long-forgotten base in U.S. territory outside the Patriots' control. The place where Liquid made his debut. His monument.
The zoo!
Off the Alaskan coast, in the Fox Archipelago.
Shadow Moses Island.
If Liquid destroys JD, and his GW assumes total control over the system, he'll have the world at his fingertips. And no one will be able to stop him. Not even the Patriots. You are the only ones who can save us now. Snake, I'm counting on you. Defeat Liquid and put an end to his insurrection.
Enough is enough, Snake. You can't take any more of this.
I'm not dead yet.
That's not what I mean. You can't beat Liquid. He's got the Patriot's own control system on his side. Not only are weapons useless, but the US military is in shambles. And even if it weren't, Liquid's got enough men and machines to match it. Things can't get any worse. Face it, Snake. We've lost.
Otacon.
We never stood a chance.
It's not about winning or losing. No. We started this. And it's our duty to finish it. Sonny.
No! Jack can't go. He's not ready yet. He needs to rest.
Let me go, Sonny.
No. Your dialysis isn't done yet.
Snake. He's not ready yet.
Snake.
I'll be fine. From now on, I'm living my life by my own will. Rodden, I won't live a proxy life. A slave to someone else's will. I'm a shadow. One that no light will shine on. As long as you follow me, you'll never see the day. You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom. Run. I'll release you. It's the only way I'll ever be free. Raiden, 5 years ago, that's not what I meant. I've got nothing to lose. Don't be an idiot. You know you've got someone to protect. It was never going to work out for me. It even rained the day I was born. You've got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain. You can still shine through the darkness. The lightning. Raiden, look at me. Do you see this? have no future. In a few months, I'm going to be a weapon of mass destruction. You have a family. I have no family. Been alone. Always. Don't leave me here. Alone. This is my fight. My destiny.
Dr. Emmerich?
Mei Ling.
Hey, Ling! How are you going?
I got the results back. It's official. He's on Shadow Moses Island. We lost Metal Gear Mark II's signal along the way, but the ship was headed in the direction of Shadow Moses. This is a picture of the island taken by a civilian imagery satellite. The sea line is rising due to global warming. Have you heard that the entire Fox archipelago is about to slip into the ocean? The surrounding islands have already been evacuated.
Liquid's arrival there can only mean one thing.
He is going to use Rex.
That's how it looks from here. All the Metal Gears after Rex were embedded with system IDs.
Then what about Rex? What did Washington do with it?
The nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident.
That was 9 years ago.
The president of ArmsTech and the DARPA chief were killed, and the Secretary of Defense was arrested. By the time the Shadow Moses incident was over, there wasn't a single person left there who knew what took place. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The data was either falsified or erased, so no traces would be left behind. We were exiled to desk jobs for the same reason. Rex and the nuke should still be where they were 9 years ago. Untouched.
A forsaken island. A haven.
Well, I'd say it's more like a forgotten island. And it's sinking too.
I thought I'd never go back.
It'll take me a while to get there, but I'll be backing you up from aboard the Missouri. She's the only ship in the fleet still able to move, since it was decommissioned before the system was put in place. And Hawaii's not that far away. Otacon, you're not wearing your glasses anymore.
I switched to contacts.
We rendezvous at Shadow Moses. He who submits to heaven shall live. He who defies heaven shall perish.
I have to atone for my past, too. Rex is a beast, born from my research. Let's go. Shadow Moses awaits.
Shut up, nerd. I'm sorry, Otacon, that was mean. Shadow Moses awaits. Alright, let's save. Oh, that's a cutscene, alright. That's a cutscene that's in the game. Poor Raiden, man. Shadow Moses awaits. That was a demo. That was a demo. So, does this make Ground Zeroes a cutscene? Shut up, hypothetical asshole in the chat. It's not funny. Fucking asshole. Whoever said that. A surveillance camera? Why doesn't he say it? Why doesn't he say the line? And why isn't there a SOCOM in the back of the truck? Why is this, Kojima? What is this? On every difficulty, there's a SOCOM in the back of the truck. I think. I do kind of like how it's closed when we get to the truck in the actual game, and we have to get the weapon from underneath. Ooh. He's gonna see me straight away here. Huh? Ooh. It represents Snake's failing memory. But when you equip the weapon in the actual game, he says just like old times. So he has to remember it. Oh yeah, I saw someone post something interesting about this on Twitter not so long ago. How this part of the game actually uses the PS3's PS1 emulator to run it.
Whose footprints are these?
I thought that was pretty wild.
Huh? What was that noise? Huh? Whose footprints are these?
So I'm wondering if that is true, if that would complicate things with them ever porting the game. I know a lot of people have said that MGS4 is like unportable or whatever because it's so heavily tied to the cell processor and everything. Again, I'm not sure how much truth there is to that, but I've seen a lot of people bring that up. But that would also be another interesting thing to consider if that's true, if this section actually uses the PS3's PS1 emulator.
Who's that?
Oh, the failed whip. I was a little bit out of time there.
Everything all right, Snake?
I was having that dream again.
We're here. Shadow Moses.
Hey, it's that reference to the making of. Clao, ya Dio men, Clao.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah, I just slipped a little. Have to hurry. Not much time left.
Meet the Mark III. It's our last replacement, so try not to break
Me? Never.
I really like this introduction to the Mark III.
I don't see anybody around, but there are unmanned sentries patrolling the area. Be careful out there.
That's a good moment. Meet the Mark III. He's already dead. It's a good metaphor for poor old Snake at this point in the mission. Struggling to get to the finish line.
The heliport is to the west of there. Head west and find that heliport.
Okay, so Sean just paged me and told me to stick on the next podcast when we get to the helipad. But does he want me to like play it over the music instead of the music? Surely not. We'll listen to the music first and then we'll stick the podcast on. I wonder what Sean thinks of the Twin Snakes voice acting. I hope we get his opinion. Go.
I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska.
I can actually deal with the Twin Snakes' voices for the most part here. But I've one exception, and that's Grey Fox. I can't listen to Twin Snakes' Grey Fox. I can put up with the other ones. American Mei Ling here kind of annoys me as well.
What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly Hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
A surveillance camera?
It looks like the front hangar door is open. A little bit at least. You can get in that way if you want.
Just like old times.
It was cool seeing Kojima test this in the making of, making sure that you didn't get an alert here or a caution or whatever. With this weapon as well, of course. One more.
Overhead view. Just like old times. Now you're talking. Overhead view. That's more like it.
Alright, let me see here. Anima, thank you for gifting a sub to Cheyanish. However I pronounce that. Thank you. And HMNO, thank you for gifting a sub to Skara. Cheers, guys. Now, Sean. I'm going to hand it over to Sean. Chat, just let me make sure I'm selecting the correct one here. Shadow Moses Island, Teleport, podcast number 10.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hi everyone, this is the MGS4 Integral Podcast, Episode 8. I'm Aki Saito, joined with...
Hello, my name is Sean Eyestone.
And...
Hi, this is Ken Imaizumi.
Okay, today, Sean, we're in your favorite stage.
Yes, we are. We are in Shadow Moses.
What was our meeting point?
Our meeting point today is behind the truck in the heliport.
Yeah, just after, the opening sequence.
Right,
Yeah,
so after the opening sequence, you kind of go through that snowy area, and then you find the heliport, and then to the north of the heliport, there's a truck.
Sean's ready to rock out today, I think.
I just want to point out one thing. On the webpage, we've been getting comments and things from people, and one of the comments that we got was about, how we jumped back to the power station stage after we did the tracking stage?
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of people maybe only had one save, and so, there's a lot of trouble for them to have to backtrack. And so, we're sorry about that. Basically, when we're doing these podcasts, we're kind of doing it not necessarily in order.
I was bitching about that before, not necessarily because of the save, just because it was, it was out of order.
Necessarily in order, so people who are playing, you probably want to keep more than one save. Keep saves on all the levels, and be prepared because we may jump
Although
back.
I guess I was just lucky that I was creating multiple saves.
Sorry about that.
Okay, well, Sean, I heard that you have so many memories in this actor stage, actually.
He has a lot of things to talk about.
You wanna start off?
The private.
Right.
How it changed your life?
It changed my life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I guess first things first, I just want to thank everybody for sending in their messages and comments on the webpage, because we have been getting a lot. And, we haven't been replying to them on the show because, there's kind of a lag between when we get the feedback and when we record. But we want to thank everybody for sending in their feedback.
Some people wanted to know, like, who the hell is Sean?
Exactly.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
So, since I never really introduced myself properly, I guess now would be a good time to do it. Since
who are you
I was in
really,
charge of
Sean?
Moses. During Metal Gear
Is that
Solid
even
4,
your real
I was
name?
involved with the script unit, and I think there's a lot of people who may not really know what that is really, because in Kojima Productions, the script unit is kind of unique in a way. So basically, what we do is we handle game design, level design, creating the maps, and doing all the scripting, and basically, all the stuff that brings the game together. So we communicate with the programmers, communicate with the designers, artists, and kind of bring everything together into the final stage.
So my understanding
Sounds
is that
mysterious.
the script unit is kind of the central point where you gather all the materials,
right,
make sure the flow goes right, which flag is up or down, things like that, right?
Right. So it's kind of like the focal point, where everybody all the materials come together. The game design kind of comes together, the program gets put in, the art gets put in, and of course, we place the enemies, we tweak the gameplay, all that fun stuff.
He was in charge of Shadow Moses.
Yes.
Maps and all gameplay stuff. So if you guys have some complaining or anything, just call him up and say, hey Sean,
Yeah, but wasn't this a challenge for you? Because that all Metal Gear fans know the stage.
Yeah.
Mostly inside out.
Right. And that was the hard thing because, we're revisiting Shadow Moses. So we have to reuse the same maps. Basically we want to use the same environments, but somehow create a new gameplay experience using those same environments. That was a really challenging experience.
Yeah, you have to be precise and you have to make it, to the next gen sort of, from the PlayStation 1 actually.
Right.
So it's like 2 steps up.
Exactly. So somehow make it look the same, but make it look a lot better, and introduce something new to the gameplay that will be kind of fresh, to people who have played Metal Gear Solid 1, as well as people who may be playing Metal Gear Solid 4 for the first time.
Well, I think I have to say you and the team doing this Moses stage did a real great job, because I could say that I had no kind of awkward feeling. I had an almost natural feeling that this was almost playing MGS1.
Cool.
But actually, come to think of it, it's not MGS1. Everything is all different. It's all, high res and things like that. The truck itself, that we're standing right behind is, it should be the same truck. And I do get the same feeling. However, it's probably totally different, right?
Right.
In a technical
Yeah,
point
well,
of view.
that's the thing too, when we're planning the stage, we're kind of talking about it, and we're like, well, it shouldn't be too hard because, it's the same as Metal Gear Solid 1. We'll just, make the same stage, and it shouldn't be that hard. But actually, there's a lot of work involved, because we basically remade everything from scratch. You can't reuse anything from the PlayStation 1 game, so everything is totally from scratch and recreated just for Metal Gear Solid 4. So we had to try and recreate things so that they look the same, but just look a lot better. And also, a lot of effort was put into the environment effects, like the snow.
We had a hard time to create this snow.
Snow was quite obvious because, I thought that, it looked a lot colder than MGS1.
I always really liked the
because
blizzard
you get
effect.
all the, snow sticking on the cameras and things like that. But, it was more like really kind of, how do you say, not foggy, but very snowy in a way. And you can't really, and you feel the coldness. And also there was no one there actually at the beginning, so you feel like you're really in a hollow place, but still you have that same nostalgic feeling.
Getting all this stuff in here, there's a lot of work that most players probably won't even realize that it's there because it's really subtle. Just all these effects that go into making this snowy environment look great, like, the mist, the snow falling from the sky, the snow that actually sticks to Snake. The longer you stay out in the snow will build up on his body. There's his breath coming out, little flakes of snow falling off of his suit.
Just saw the flakes there as well, yeah.
And then, of course, the ground. We had to create a...
Interesting. I wonder if the flakes, I wonder if you only see the flakes fall off once a certain amount of snow is built up on the suit. The snow that builds up on the suit is pretty cool, and it does take a few minutes for it to really build up. Really nice looking effect. And Snake's head here. It looks funny with the MGS1 face camo.
Because, you know, you sink into the snow here and you can crouch onto the snow, and, you know, Metal Gear Mark III moves differently on the snow. So, you know, there was a lot of, I think, unseen effort that went into this stage. You know, trying to make it look the same, but look really next gen.
I can't remember using the Mark III around here outside. Oh, yeah, he's struggling a bit here. Snow building up on the Mark III as well, of course. All right, back to the podcast.
Yeah, and just kind of bring out that real nostalgic feeling for all the players who are coming back to Shadow Moses for the first time in about 10 years.
Well, Sean, this is your stage.
Yeah, this is your show.
What do you got to tell the users? Everyone's kind of waiting behind.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've been jabbering for quite a while.
Yeah, okay.
We're sitting in the cold.
Let's go on.
All right, so first of all, you know, one thing I want to point out is that we really wanted to create this really nostalgic feeling in Shadow Moses.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we did was actually to place a lot of the items in similar positions. You know, in the same areas that they were in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1 may remember that there was a weapon in this truck.
Yeah.
Mark 23 pistol.
Yeah.
And this time you'll see that the truck is closed. But if you crawl under the truck, you'll find that the gun is actually under the truck this time.
Okay.
So people familiar with MGS1 should definitely pick that up. And one other hidden thing about this gun is if you go into your menu,
the weapons,
and equip it in your weapons,
then
return to the game, and when you equip this,
yeah, we already did this,
and ready it, you know, you draw it to fire, you'll hear Snake reminiscing about this gun.
Yeah.
And you're back in Shadow Moses, you're here with the same gun. Just for people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, you know, they're probably feeling really nostalgic, and so is Snake. All right, so anyway.
Details.
Yeah.
Okay.
More details. More details.
Okay, give me more details.
Okay, another thing, you know, we wanted to create this really nostalgic aspect to Shadow Moses, and another aspect of that was to have, you know, the same songs from Metal Gear Solid 1, the same music, and so we really wanted to include, you know, the theme song, The Best Is Yet to Come. And so, you know, of course, you'll hear that when you first come in to the heliport area. But one thing to point out, and I think most people heard it.
Inexity, thank you very much for the 14 months.
But one thing to point out, and I think most people heard it, but just in case, you know, there's some people who missed it, there is a condition where you may not hear this song. Basically, you have to come into the heliport area without being spotted. So if you're in an alert phase or a caution phase, the song actually won't play. So you really have to sneak past that gecko at the beginning of the stage, you know, in the snowfield, and then sneak into this area. And when you do, as soon as the heliport comes into view, that song will begin playing, and you'll get this really cool nostalgia going on.
Good song.
Yeah, it's a great song. Okay, the next thing you want to do is, right now we're under the truck, so let's just go ahead and crawl out from underneath the truck and head up to the center of the heliport pad.
Okay, let's go.
This is strange music to be playing here, Sean.
Okay, what happened? Oh, there's another item right in the center.
There's an item right in the center, which people remember was here in Metal Gear Solid 1 as well. Chaff grenade. In addition, when you come to the center of this heliport, you should be hearing some voices right now.
What do you have to say about these voices, Sean?
So, of course...
Sean, I can see through those lies you're about to spout. Did you hear that tone in his voice? Yeah. The awkward silence. Come on, Sean. You can't fool us.
The scene from Metal Gear Solid 1 where you first get introduced to Meilin.
Oh, Sean!
People who are playing Shadow Moses, there are these flashbacks hidden all over the stage, so be sure to
Sean,
look around.
that's
and
not Metal
listen
Gear
for those.
Solid 1,
There's
Sean.
one more thing as well. If you stand in the center of this heliport, and I think this is a secret that I think most people probably have not figured out, because it's really hard to, and most people wouldn't do this. But if you put the camera, shift it so you're looking at Snake from above, similar to the camera angle in Metal Gear Solid 1.
I should have waited before showing these, because I should have known that he would point, these Easter eggs out. But you never know with Sean.
You get Snake from above, similar to the camera angle in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Top view.
Yeah, top view.
Yeah.
And you leave it here for a while. You hear Snake
say something.
Right. So he starts talking about the overhead view.
Yeah.
Saying how it's just like old times. And
the game was the top view.
Yeah, overhead view, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And you actually, I heard a tune that you got some driven points.
Right. So this is actually a hidden feature, so you can get some driven points for this. People may remember that back in South America there was one hidden flashback on that stage as well. So for all of these flashbacks, if you listen to the end without skipping ahead, you will get driven points for that. So be sure not to run away and cut the flashback off early, because you won't get the driven points. So be sure to listen to the end.
Okay.
One thing also is when you came up into this heliport, you picked up some chaff grenades. And these items, of course, people will remember them from previous Metal Gear games. But in Metal Gear Solid 4, they are very useful, especially in Shadow Moses.
Is this just Three Dog talking with DRK, or who are the other voices? This is me just talking to DRK, yeah.
Inhabited by robots. So you've got the gecko, you've got the dwarf gecko, and when you use the chaff, it just totally disrupts them and makes it much easier to get to the stage. So, for people who are having a really hard time with dwarf gecko, what you should do is save these chaff grenades and use them wisely, ration them out, and use them to get past the hardest areas of the stage.
Actually, I remember I used this. I didn't know it worked, but I kind of used this predicting it worked.
Right.
And actually got them confused, and
especially for the dwarf gecko. The dwarf gecko just get completely wiped out by this.
Why is DRK so timid? There, he's just coming in with a few little words, not really speaking with the confidence that he usually does about these things.
From moving, so either way, it's a very useful weapon.
Good. Okay.
Yes. Some people might gonna say, 10 years ago the chaff grenade was very, very, useful, and 10 years after, still the chaff grenade is useful.
Yeah, we're living in a world of information and technology and things, and
but it's still.
Yeah, but if someone put out the batteries off your phone, you're gonna be in trouble, right?
I know, but that's true.
But you're saying there should be anti-chaff grenade.
So it should be countermeasures.
Counter chaff grenade thing. Hey, you could be right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some people might gonna say.
And then there's gonna be a counter anti.
Right. We can just say it evolved beyond the next step. Right?
Okay.
Like they countered and countered again.
Okay.
Anyway.
The Sean was,
Come on, Sean. Where are we going with this? What's going on?
Maybe, his life has been changing, from this point.
Who's this?
Something was happening.
Who's that guy?
Did something?
Do you want to bring that up?
Who's that person?
Well, I thought.
Was that Aki again? Who was talking there?
Do you want to bring that up?
Well, was that Ken? I guess that was Ken.
Like the game breaking, and then your life in Japan.
My life in Japan.
Yeah.
Well. Where to begin? Well, when I first started on Metal Gear Solid 4, it was shortly after I got married. And let me just give some advice to anyone out there who wants to start in the game industry. Do not get involved in a really huge project right after you get married. Your life will be hell.
Oh, no. Oh, Sean.
I mean, there's always, crunch time in these games, and especially for a game like Metal Gear, we're pulling some really crazy hours. And when you're single, that's fine, right? You can sleep in the office, you can do whatever, and it's your own time. But when you're married, things are a little different, and it's not as easy.
Oh no! Sounds like Sean had a rough time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Ken, we shouldn't talk about this anymore because, Sean's starting to cry. And
I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, he really missed his wife, who left.
Okay, well,
she left? Did Aki just joke about his wife leaving?
Well,
anyway,
let's move on. Let's go to the west part.
All right.
West part of the what was it? The
yes.
What do you call it?
From the helipad.
Yeah.
Let's head to the west, and you'll see there's a storage room.
Yeah.
What a roller coaster with Sean. Every time he betrays us, he pulls us back in. A few minutes later, suddenly we're all caring about Sean again. We all love Sean. But it'll never last. He'll break our hearts again in another 5 minutes.
People may remember that the storage room was here in Metal Gear Solid 1, but you couldn't go in. This time, the doors are open, and you can go in from this room to the other adjacent rooms through a duct at the back of the room. If you look at the corner, the northeast corner of the room, you'll also see a camera.
Yes, the surveillance camera.
Right, surveillance camera that's also here from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Okay.
Right now it's not doing
keeping
anything
track.
because we started the stage kind of in the middle from the back of the truck. But if you came in to this stage from the snowfield and you have The Best Is Yet to Come playing in the background, and you come to this camera without being spotted by any enemies, and there are no flashbacks playing or anything else like that going on, you can actually see a very special sequence. Another very hard to find hidden sequence where we actually relive the first time Snake sees these surveillance cameras in Metal Gear Solid 1. So basically we match the same camera angle and have Snake look up at the camera. You hear the flashback. Surveillance camera.
Surveillance camera.
Right.
Yeah, that one. Well, I couldn't
Did
find
you see
this.
it?
No, but I saw the demo, so I thought, I was doing something wrong. Because when I played the game, I didn't see this demo, and I was like, I know that there is a surveillance camera flashback, but I didn't see it when I'm playing the game. What did I miss?
Right.
What did I do wrong?
I think there's some people who may not realize what the conditions are. So yeah, definitely come here while the song is playing.
I didn't notice. This is a real tough condition, isn't it?
It's pretty tough. You have to come here while the song is playing without being found, and without any of the the flashbacks playing in the background as well.
Yeah.
And you can only see this once. So if either camera will work, there's this camera here, and then there's also the one in the northeast.
Yeah.
So either one you go to, you'll see that camera sequence. For each camera, there's one sequence.
The camera sequence is really fun.
Yeah.
So people who played Metal Gear Solid 1, they will love it for sure.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
People get a kick out of it. So for people who haven't seen it, go ahead and give that a try.
Okay, let's get out of this room, and where we head, Sean?
From this room, if you go through this, at the back of the room, there's actually a duct that leads to the other storage rooms that you couldn't get to Metal Gear Solid 1. And this time, if you crawl through this, you can actually get some items back there.
I'm on it, Sean.
So, in this really cold stage, it might be good to eat some nice warm ramen.
Well, this ramen noodle thing, I had a really hard time because, we were going to have the, but then I talked to some people from, the company.
Oh,
I had
shit.
a big presentation to them, like, what kind of concept is this game, blah, 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 but, they rejected.
Did he
This
have
is
sex
second
with the
time
noodles?
Because we tried it when we were making a snake eater. And this time, second time rejection. So I definitely want us to try one more time for the next project. If the ramen noodle will be in this series, and I definitely want to
What was their reason?
I think they mentioned a company name or something that they weren't allowed to mention, or I don't know. Clipdoor, thank you for the 44 months. And I hate you too. Cheers.
For rejecting it because it was a war game, or?
Yeah, because of the war game, I think. They got peace concept of it, So
I heard this from Ken like 10 times.
Yeah, so many times because I
He was
I
really
was
upset.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not making a just killing they're killing people. The
Ken,
world,
control yourself.
This time, it's kind of difficult. Anyone you speak to that knows the game but hasn't played the game, and it's a kind of looks like a war game.
Yeah.
A lot of people misunderstand that this is a kind of actually a real big anti-war, anti-nuclear. It always has been the message in MGS. That's why I like it. It's one of our favorite games. Of course, the fans who are listening to our podcast really understands what's behind it, and it has a lot of metaphors.
Wait, I thought this was all about war being cool and great.
You have to play the game to really understand.
Right.
No,
What he
continue.
wants to tell me is, the thing was, was my fault. My position.
Ken!
Yes.
That's cool.
Yeah. Ken should have taken me.
So.
I mean, I'm a good presenter. So Ken, you take me next time.
Okay.
I'll get you. I'll get you.
Cool. All right. So anyway, so there's the Hide-chan ramen in there, but this time we're not going to get it. So let's just head back outside because there's another thing that I want to show you back up on the heliport.
Okay.
So let's head back to the center of the heliport.
All right.
Okay. Now when you get to the center here, people may remember in past Metal Gears that you could take pictures of ghosts in the game.
Yeah.
Right. And in Metal Gear Solid 1, there were a lot of ghosts hidden around stages, in Shadow Moses.
Oh, did I get the camera in this playthrough?
Well,
I think I did.
In Metal Gear Solid 4, those ghosts are back. And most of them are in the same place. Of course, we couldn't put all of them in the same place because not every location in Shadow Moses is in the game this time. So we had to move some of them to other locations. But basically, all the staff who worked on Metal Gear Solid 1 and is, still with us in Metal Gear Solid 4, their ghosts are in the game. And one of them is right on this helipad. And, some people may have realized this, some people might not have realized this. But the only time they'll show up is if you take your camera out and take a picture. And you won't see it until after you take the picture. That's the way it normally works.
You have to tell where you get the camera first?
Right, yeah. Of course, to do that, you have to get the camera first. So for people who haven't found the camera, it's actually in the Nomad. So while you're in the plane, during the interactive cutscene, you go ahead and use your Mark II or Mark III and wander around the plane, and you can actually find the camera in there. So for those who haven't gotten the camera yet, just go ahead and pick that up. And in Shadow Moses, go ahead and equip it. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So if you go into your menu and equip your camera.
Sean, when I go to equip the camera, I'm going to have to stop listening to you. When will I stop?
Kind of aim it at the center of the heliport and take a picture.
Okay, I'll pause you. Oh my god, he's telling the truth. Who is it, Sean?
Picture. And you'll see a faint, ghostly image appear when you hit the shutter.
Yeah, some center.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to switch on and off to the podcast and camera and things like that, right?
Yes, yes. So, people are listening to the podcast right now, so if you want to do this, you'll have to switch to your camera. But, before we move on, there's another thing that I want to point out about these ghosts, is that usually, you won't be able to see them until you actually click to take the picture. But there is a hidden way to make these ghosts appear in your camera viewfinder
with the Sorrow
without
doll
snapping a picture, and it makes it a lot easier to find these ghosts. And to do that, you have to be playing through the game a second time, because when you're fighting Screaming Mantis, you can get the Sorrow doll.
Yeah.
Right? And if you get the Sorrow doll from Screaming Mantis, Sorrow, of course, from Metal Gear Solid 3, can see dead, dead people and things like that. And in Metal Gear Solid 4, you can use it to control dead people. And if you equip it while you're equipping the camera, so if you go into your weapons menu and equip the Sorrow doll.
I'm playing on new game, by the way, so unfortunately I can't show this.
See,
Ooh.
The ghost actually appears without you clicking the shutter.
And it's actually more clear.
And it's clearer, and it's kind of, floating,
Is it
very
bigger
eerily.
as well?
It's not bigger. It's the same size.
Yeah, it makes it much easier to find them, because you don't need to take pictures to see the ghosts. Just have it equipped with the camera, the doll with the camera, and the ghosts will just hover around. makes it much easier.
It's the same size.
Snows and grasses.
Wow. That's very cool.
But this makes it a lot easier to find.
Okay.
So yeah, just go ahead and equip your camera, equip the Sorrow Doll, and maybe, explore Shadow Moses this way and look for some ghosts, because there's a lot of them hidden all over the stage.
Details.
And this is why Shadow Moses took so long to make.
With the ghosts. Okay.
All right.
Sean really just crying inside there because of what it did to his relationship with his wife.
The stairs in the northeast.
Oh, this is my favorite part from MGS1 because, you know when the guards come over?
Right.
And you kind of hide. This is the first time you kind of encounter these, I think, the last moment thing.
Yeah, and you're kind of like on these stairs, right?
Yeah,
the guards are right above you, and you're kind of hiding here.
And you're thinking, oh, should I go back or should I go kill him and things like that. I love this part.
So right now, for people who are wondering where we are, we're right in the middle of the stairs right now. So we're gonna head up to the top of the catwalk.
Oh.
And then at the top, we're on the second floor.
Hold up. Isn't there another ghost here? Oh, I thought there was another ghost here. That'll do. We don't need to get all the ghosts anyway.
And then at the top, we're on the second floor. Just follow the catwalk
to the left.
You should be heading to the west. And you'll see the duct on your right-hand side.
Yeah.
So stop in front of the duct.
I remember this point as well because every time you get spotted from the guards, you kind of duck into this duct and
you're trying to get in as quickly as possible, right? The snake's like ducking down and
it's very slow and
the guard sees you. Yeah. But anyway, no guard here this time, so let's go ahead and duck down, crawl into this duct. And as soon as you get in, crawl a little ways and you'll hear another flashback.
Yeah. Who is this guy?
Master Miller.
Master Miller?
Yeah. Well, he sounds like somebody else.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Who was
it? Somebody else in Metal Gear Solid 1, right?
Oh, yeah.
It is a long duct. What happens if you kind of look down?
You can look down. You can see, look into the other rooms or peek out through the grates and see the, dwarf gecko crawling around. So
okay.
You can go ahead and do that. But this time the duct, is just one way, so just go ahead and follow it to the end. If you follow these rats, they'll lead you out. So
the rats are still here.
Yeah, the rats are still here, so you won't get lost. Okay, so when you get to the end of the duct, you pick up some iPod music. This was the Warhead storage.
Sean, you're way ahead of me, man.
Solid 1.
Mr. Move.
How did you do that?
Taking the duct, eh? Still remember where the exit is?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Way I remember it, these ducts aren't that complicated. And my old friends are still here to show me the way. I won't get lost.
Friends?
Friends. Little furry ones.
Little furry?
Never mind.
You wouldn't understand, Otacon. Okay, we'll get to the end of this vent and then we'll resume with Sean.
Yeah. We're talking to Mr. Moroka about this music, and he was talking about how insanely difficult it was to make this on the original PlayStation. Back in those days, you had to load all of the sound into memory and basically call everything by hand. It's not like you could just stream audio from, a disc or, load everything into memory like we do now. That's just realize, listen to the quality of this background music and realize that this all had to be done by hand.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Yep. All right, so next, let's just go ahead and climb out from this duct. So go to the edge, press the triangle button, and you'll swing down and hang from the edge of the duct. And be careful when you drop down here because, there are the dwarf gecko patrolling. So drop down. So let's go to the end of the catwalk behind this
small
container at the end of the catwalk here. hide behind this container here so that you don't get spotted by the dwarf gecko. And if you look to the east, you'll see that door with the number 4 written on it.
Number 4?
Number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's actually something really special about that room number 4.
Special.
Special.
Oh, yeah?
Can you go inside?
You can go inside, but not now. If you try to go inside now, you'll find that the door is actually locked.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, that door will open. Actually, in the next stage, when you activate the power, you know, and Otacon disables the security.
I forgot about this.
Activate the power, you know, and Otacon disables the security. This door will be opened. So be sure to come back here and check inside of there because there's a pretty cool item.
What kind?
You can actually get an iPod track.
Oh.
Okay, so we drop down from this duct. Again, dwarf gecko patrolling. And once they're gone, quickly drop down from this catwalk, end of the catwalk, swing over the edge, drop down, and as soon as you hit the ground, head outside through underneath these shutters to the north, and then stop as soon as you get to the other side of the shutters.
On my way.
And we'll get another.
And you will be hearing another flashback as soon as you drop down. Okay, so now you should be in this laser hallway, which you'll remember from Metal Gear Solid 1. And, you know, again, to bring up the nostalgia, we actually...
I do like what they do here with the gecko using their lasers.
Place these dwarf gecko on the walls in the same positions, the same place as the lasers in Metal Gear Solid 1. Kind of, you know, recreate that feeling. They're in the exact same spot. And another thing I want to point out while we're here is if you go ahead and equip your solid eye and enable night vision, look at the ground, you'll see some footprints.
These are
Naomi's and Vamp's. Yeah, we see them up ahead later as well.
Footprints.
These are footprints of...
Familiar?
Yeah, what? Yeah. There's 2 footprints.
Right. And people may recognize one set from South America.
Yeah.
During our tracking mission.
The heels?
Yep, the heels. So you can deduce that Naomi was here. And the other pair of footprints actually belongs to Vamp.
Yeah, he also kind of does that Vamp walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, his trademark Vamp walk.
Yeah.
You know, look around on the ground and you see their footprints here and there. So people who want to do that can go ahead and take a look. Okay, so now let's go ahead and move through this hallway. So we're going to head to the north and just be sure not to get spotted by these lasers. So wait till you can run through. And run under these lasers.
Now, what is Sean going to say about Grey Fox? Is he going to try and trick us again?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
You're out in the canyon.
Okay, we stop here?
Yeah, so let's stop here. So, you know, once again, we're out in the snow, and you'll hear another flashback.
We're out in the canyon, and what do you want to tell us in this canyon part?
All right, so first
He's
thing
just
I
going to
wanna do is
gloss
let's
over
head
it.
to
Well
the
played,
right.
Sean.
Go to the east.
East?
And there's kind of like this big boulder here. So let's just go around this boulder until you hit the, you know, the wall, like this rock wall.
Yeah.
And then to the east, there's actually a pathway leading up to the east. So let's go up this pathway.
Okay.
And at the end here, you'll find a rock wall and a bunch of items. But, you know, originally, when we were making this stage, there was not a rock wall here. There was actually a lake.
Yeah.
Beyond this, and you know, we had this whole like
Oh yeah,
scenario
this is
where
interesting.
there was a frozen lake, and there were gecko patrolling on top of the lake, and you could like, you know, break the ice and like drop them down to the water, things like that. And that was actually like an entirely different route that you could take to get to this point.
Yeah.
So in the original design for the stage, you could actually bypass that whole heliport area completely, and go from the beginning.
Ah, I see, to here.
Right. So when you first come down from the helicopter, instead of going, you know, to the west, if you went
More cut ideas with regards to Gecko. You really get the sense that they were going to utilize the Gecko far more than they did. You know, they were such a big part of the trailers, you know. A lot of focus was put on the Gecko in the trailers, but in the actual game, they only show up a couple of times.
the canyon from this path here. But, you know, back then, you know, Moses was envisioned as kind of more of an action-oriented stage. But, you know, midway through, we decided we wanted to go with more of a nostalgic feeling for the stage. And And then, you know, of course, the other thing was that we felt it would be a really horrible waste for people not to see the heliport. You know, because that's probably the most memorable thing that people...
Although, having said that, it is cool how they utilized them right here in this area, the sleeping gecko.
Heliport in the beginning. So, yeah, we definitely wanted to make people go to that heliport. So, for that reason, we decided to close this path.
I see. So, there is still a lake behind that, I guess.
Beyond here, I guess you can imagine there's a lake beyond that.
Okay. No data.
Oh,
yeah,
Sean.
not anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been buried by snow.
Okay. So we got the items, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna head back?
Okay, yeah, so let's head back to the canyon. So go down the slope, and you'll see these two gecko who are in power save mode. So let's sneak by these. If you go toward, you know, through the middle of the canyon, you can get by without waking them up. So carefully do that. And then when you get past these gecko, kind of lined up with the second gecko, then to the west, you'll see this small little cave.
Yeah.
Which was also here in Metal Gear Solid 1. Probably when you get to this point, you'll hear Otacon going on about one of the geckos waking up. But if you come into this cave, you can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to Sean. The arcade distracted me in chat.
You can get an item here. You can get the iPod track Following Destiny, which is from Zone of the Enders. Yeah. Alright, so I think we will wrap it up here. From this point, all that's left is to head to the north, and of course you crawl under that shutter, and you go to the next stage.
Snake.
We still get a lot of requests about
a gecko.
Zone of the Enders, don't we?
Yeah, everybody wants part 3.
Yeah. It was a good game.
You actually know like how many people want us to make the sequel?
Yeah, well, because you know a lot of the Kojima Productions KJP fans really.
I think there's a follow-up call about this.
Whoa! What the hell was that? That gecko must have been in hibernation mode or something. 1 minute it looks dead, and then, bam!
Tell me about it. Think I almost had a heart attack.
Seriously, though, who'd have thought Gecko had that kind of operational mode?
Whoever made him must have been a real bastard.
From now on, you'd better keep both eyes on those Gecko. You don't want to get fooled like that again.
No disagreement here.
Fans really know Zone of the Enders or Boktai or other products as well, like even Snap.
Hey, Snake, isn't this where you went toe-to-toe with Raven and his tank? Tell me again, how did you take that thing down anyway?
How? Well, grenades.
That's it? You didn't use an anti-tank missile or something?
Didn't have one.
Your technique is kind of, well, how do I put this? Archaic when it comes to fighting tanks. Honestly, I don't think it'd work on today's main battle tanks.
Well, that's how I did it. What do you want me to say?
You know, I asked an active duty army officer once, if an infantryman had to take on a tank one-on-one, how should he do it?
And what was his answer?
Don't. He swore there's no way in hell a single infantryman could take down a tank by himself.
Huh. Interesting.
I always suspected there was a little something crazy about you, Snake. But hearing that story, now I know it. You're nuts. Single-handedly taking out a tank? That's crazy. You're insane.
Otacon, is this your idea of a compliment?
Yes. You're the toughest, craziest, most hardcore badass on the planet. You're the shit.
Thank you, Otacon.
Like even Snatcher or Police Notes, not officially even released in some areas.
Right.
But people still know, say we want this officially or want a sequel to it. And Zone of Enders is always kind of referred as, you know, in interviews or things like that. When are you going to create, you know, it's a Mr. Kojima. When are you going to create the next Zone of Enders? You know, we would like to see, and we get this request all the time. However, we were thinking, Ken and I were always saying, actually, how many people, you know, really want Zone of the Enders as a sequel? So, guys, if you're listening, and tell us not about you, but your friends who are like casual Metal Gear fans, if they're interested or not.
Yeah.
Don't lie, okay?
Don't inflate the numbers.
Yeah, we just want to know, you know, purely. if it's really, you know, of course,
Aww.
as Hideo's been always saying, he would like to do this when he has time, but there's always sacrifices. If he does that, you'll get to see the latest new Hideo's thing even later. So that's kind of a trade-off, isn't it?
Right.
But if there's so many people wanting to see Zone Commanders, why not put the priority on top a little further up? You know, but we just want to know. Ken especially really wants to know because he's been asking this all the time.
Yeah. Well, I wish I could have like a poll or something. I mean, you know, ask like all gamers and.
Yeah.
Is Ken gonna swear again?
To play Zero sequel.
Well, we have
Ken
all
is a
the
ticking
Solid
time
4
bomb.
players listening to this podcast.
Okay. Okay. Well, make sure you write your comments, and we'll check your comments out.
Yep.
And where are we going to start next time?
So next time we'll start right on the other side of that shutter.
Okay, the nuclear warhead.
Right, nuclear warhead storage building.
Guys, did you hear that? Next time we're going to do the latter half of Shadow Moses. Thanks, guys, for joining. And, well, if you missed something, Sean, you're, of course, more than welcome to say, especially about your personal things.
I know what you missed, Sean.
I think I'll, pass
I know
on
what you're
personal.
laughing about.
Okay. We'll hear more next time on the latter half. So thanks for tuning in, and see you next time.
Right. See you. Bye.
The legend of Sean Istone continues.
Wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
I want to hear more about his marriage. I'm here for the gossip. Okay, hold on a second. Hey, Sai7. I think I missed your Prime sub half an hour ago. I hope you're still there. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get straight into the next one. Take it away, Sean.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
All right, welcome to episode number 9 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Istone, and as always, I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Ken Imaizumi.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, Sean, we're in the latter half of Shadow Moses.
Right, so we are in the Shadow Moses nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. So at the beginning of the show, this time, you know, we'd like to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
I think I'd like to just ask everybody what everyone's favorite drama scene in Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's a tough one. Sean, do you have already one?
For me, yeah, you know, there's a lot. You know, there's so much drama in the game that it's hard to choose just one. You know, and this is a spoiler, by the way, so anyone listening.
My favorite cutscene is the scene in Otacon's lab coming up, where Snake and Otacon have that really nice moment of reflection. Snake looks at the corner where Otacon pissed himself. He has that small little chuckle to himself, looks back at Otacon. That's my favorite scene in MGS4.
If you don't want spoilers, just turn it off now. But I think for me personally, it's that scene at the end where, you know, Big Boss makes his appearance. That just really got it for me. You know, as a Metal Gear Solid fan, seeing Big Boss come back, and then that last scene, you know, where he's smoking his last smoke and you know, nods off in the grave. That nails it for me. A really great scene.
Well, for me, the part I liked, which I cracked up for about 5 minutes, was the part when Liquid seems to die, battling with the Metal Gears. You know, the famous, you know, the boss battle scene.
No, Aki.
And then he seems to die, and he say, in the English version, I think he says, "think again."
Right.
When he, you know, in that crucial moment. But in Japanese, it was a little bit more hilarious.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, one of the famous line.
Yeah.
The fox died.
Yeah, fox died. Janai. Janai means not, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So the original translation, I saw the script, was not actually.
Not, yeah.
Fox die. 9.
Right.
But this was a little not so funny, so I think a lot of people changed it.
It sounds even worse.
A little old, like Wayne's World.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
type,
you know,
like a 19.
But maybe it fits better with the tone in Japanese. I don't know. The general tone.
like in the 90s, you know, you'd say something, then nah, you know, there's that kind of gag. I guess it felt a little
and
bit.
then it went to, I think, if I can remember it correctly, just kidding or something like that. It went to several phrases during the translation.
Right.
Anyways, that scene, and after he gets up, he
Oh, that
runs
scene is
really
so
in
baffling.
cute style, like a girly way, like almost jumping.
Jumping and skipping,
laughing.
Yeah.
And that really, you know, I cracked up. And that's one of my favorite cutscenes. Ken?
We had a really hard time to do motion capture with writing part. So when he...
I'll let you away with it, Aki. I like you.
You know, the South American part.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah, with the geckos, right?
Yeah, with the gecko. Yeah, that part. When we were doing the motion capture. Writing guy, you know, he was trying to do like a break dance kind of, you know, turn, you know? And we use a wire and stuff. You know, we spent so much time to do the motion capture because we failed so many times, and you know, and the motion team worked really hard, and then finally finished, you know, those, you know, whole sequence. And it was so decent, you know.
Yeah, well, that was, I think it's safe to say that was one of the most stunning cutscene.
I remember that was like the turning point when writing became cool.
Yeah. Did you know the part?
Sean, I told you he was gonna do it again. I don't give a shit about him really loving the big boss scene, because I think there are some even for as ridiculous as it is, him coming back, I think there are some genuinely heartfelt moments in that scene. And I like the way it's shot and everything. The final cuts are really nice. But I knew it wasn't gonna be long. You broke my heart again, Sean.
That scene, you know, the big boss.
Yeah, the ending.
Yeah. That motion capture session was the very last part of the session. The guy who did a big boss, you know, he was the Snake voice.
Mr. Otsuka's?
Yeah, Mr. Otsuka's, you know, first the motion capture trial. He kept on saying like he wanted to do the motion capturing, and then Hideo said, "That's okay, let's do that." And then he joined, and you know, he had to do big boss part.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the voiceover was done by Mr. Otsuka's father, right?
Yeah,
so
one of the famous voice
actors in Japan.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
So the motion capture was done by Mr. Otsuka, Aki Otsuka, who does the voice for like in a sense, or you know, he's very famous in Japan. But he did the motion capture, and then his father did the voiceover, looking at his son's motion capture.
That's really
Isn't it cool?
Right?
Yeah. Okay, so everyone, thanks for listening to our chat. I think Sean's really revved up to introduce the latter half of Shadow Moses. Shall we give it a go, Sean?
Yep.
Let's do it. I'm sure Sean will win me back again. He always does.
So everybody should be at the nuclear warhead storage building, first floor. You just crawled in from under the shutter, and we're at our checkpoint, start of the stage. First thing I want to point out is that, you know, as with the previous stages in Shadow Moses, and with almost all the stages in Shadow Moses, you know, the item placement in this stage is pretty accurate, and, you know, follows a lot of the item placement from the first game. So, you know, people may remember to the left here, if you go towards that window, you can get a ration at the end of that. Just something for people who play the original Metal Gear, something for them to keep an eye out for. You know, maybe they might get a kick out of seeing items in the same spot. But anyway, let's just go ahead, proceed down this slope, and head into the building.
Okay, let's walk up. I've been saying many times, but I hate this stage.
I thought you already told me to go into the building,
Sean.
Sean.
One of the most difficult stages ever.
Really?
Yeah, for me, I really had a hard time.
Sean's gonna cry.
Yeah.
I know.
You know,
We talked about this before.
Yeah. He spent such a long time. Yeah, to create this stage.
So we just crawled under the
gate. I mean, what do you call
the first
shutter?
The first shutter.
Right. And so we're in this area, you know, that people will probably recognize from Metal Gear Solid 1, where there's the nuclear warheads in the hangar. First thing I want to point out is if you go ahead and put in your solid eye and look at the ground,
the footprints
you'll see
again.
That, you know, Vamp's footprints, Vamp and Nomi's footprints are here as well. You know, they were in the previous stage. You know, we really wanted to just get the personality behind Vamp and Nomi into these footprints. So you'll see that they don't just, head straight on through to the back. They kind of wander around. Nomi takes a slightly curvy path, takes a look inside of the truck, things like that. And one thing, at the end of the first Moses stage, when you're in the corridor with the lasers, if you use your solid eye there and look at the ground, you can see Vamp's footprints there. And there's actually some pretty funny footprints there because he's kind of dancing around. And you can see Frost footprints. He's kind of doing that dance that he does, Other than that, what I really want to point out in this stage is that there's a lot of detail here that wasn't here in previous Metal Gears, but finally the team was able to get this looking exactly the way they want to look.
Yeah, high def.
High def, and a lot of detail, glare on the floor.
I mean, but it's really interesting I think most of the users realize that there's not a big change, although technically there's a lot of big change. But I kind of, when I first stepped into Shadow Moses, I thought it was like just doing MGS1 again.
Right.
But come to think of it, yes, it's all, like a blocked up, MGS1 because of the power of PlayStation. It's all like blocked and things like that. It's not as accurate and well drawn as this, but you get the feeling that it's the same stage. So it's really, I don't know, people really get used to these high-tech things.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of funny, you talk about really the blocked up look for Metal Gear Solid 1, but talking to the staff that actually worked on Metal Gear Solid 1, there's a reason for why these missiles are covered up with tarps, and that's actually so that they could cut down the polygon count in the original game. They wanted to have just like a whole bunch of missiles in this room, but they couldn't put it all in there, so they decided to put tarps over some of the traits.
Interesting.
Hide half of the missile under a tarp so they could kind of trim back the polygon count. And in addition, if you look at the windows around this room, now if you look at them, you can see that there's missiles on the other side of those windows. So there's other hangars with a lot more missiles in them. But of course, with the original Metal Gear, that wasn't really an option. So now, this is finally able to come through the way Hideo Kojima really wanted it.
Well, thanks, PlayStation.
Yeah, thank you.
I remember this was the one thing that really jumped out at me playing it for the first time. This room was like, oh, I don't remember this from the original.
Thank you, Sony Computer.
But anyways, let's go on. So we're looking at the rockets.
So head to the north,
straight
to the rear,
straight
to
up.
the rear of the hangar, and you'll get to the gate. So let's just head over there. On the way, there's a truck on your left. If you want to crawl in there, you can get a FIM 92A. So just move on, and when you get to the end, to this control panel, you'll get a call from Otacon.
Huh? Snake, that door is locked.
How do I open it?
Security is shut down altogether. You can't release the lock without activating it. You'll have to log in somewhere. I've got it, Snake. My old office is close by. With the power on, you should be able to unlock the door from there. And if you check the facility records, we can find out Rex's status and who's been in and out. You remember where it is, Snake?
I'm not senile yet.
Just to be safe, I'm marking it on your map. You old geezer. Snake, the password is 48273. Think you can remember that?
I told you, I'm not senile yet.
It's kind of jarring when we go back to a regular codec call after the podcast. Feels kind of awkward, just how quiet it is.
I've checked the APU on this floor and engaged the generator. Energy output is low, but it should be enough to power the elevator. Try the elevator and see if it's working.
All right, Sean, take it away.
I got a call from Otacon. So he'll tell you the door's locked, you gotta get the password, and then he'll activate the elevator for you. So let's just head straight to the elevator and head on down, because there's a lot of cool stuff down there.
Okay. So we climb up the catwalk.
Right, climb up the catwalk, head to the second floor, and then just go around, follow the catwalk until you get to the elevator. And one thing, this is going way back during the concept planning stages for the stage. Originally, the stage was more of an action-oriented stage. One of the ideas was that you could actually take the elevator down to the bottom.
Really?
And access a secret base, things like that. But in the end, we decided we really want to emphasize more of the nostalgic aspect of Moses. Okay, so let's go ahead and call the elevator. There's something about this also. People who played the original Metal Gear may remember that if you rapidly press the elevator button, the elevator actually will come faster.
Oh,
so that's preserved in here also. If we wanted to have that in there for the fans.
Still works
in real life,
this.
because that's what you do, right? You're in a rush, you're like pressing it. You want it to come quickly.
You can do it in MGS2 as well.
In this game, you can do it, and it will come a little bit faster.
Okay, so we head to which floor?
B2.
You head down to B2.
This elevator.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 1, when you ride and then change the floor.
Aki! What was with Aki there? This elevator. Oh yeah. Just feel the elevator. This elevator. My God. Oh, this is a good elevator.
And then when they're showing that, moving the floor to floor, they're loading behind
in the background.
Like in the background.
Yeah. But this time, the PlayStation 3 is so powerful. So much memory.
Shut up, Otacon! I think they're actually explaining what is so special about the elevator, and I missed it.
You don't have to do that. Download in the background.
This time you can get on the elevator and walk around and shoot.
While you're in the elevator. You can do whatever you want.
That's why in MGS1 you couldn't do anything.
It's talking about how it loads the area.
When the elevator's moving.
Right.
So that was a trick.
That was a trick. I think a lot of people didn't realize it, or the people who did realize it were really hardcore.
Okay, where we go, Sean?
Okay, so the first thing we want to do is head out into the hallway, step forward a little bit to the south, and then turn to your right, and you want to head to the west. And when you get into this room, you'll see control panel on your right. It's kind of blown up. And of course, people will recognize this control panel from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yes.
This is, of course, where you used the Nikita missile and blew it up. But, it's not completely destroyed. And for people who maybe didn't realize it, you can actually use this, you can still activate the electric floor in the hallway from here using the Mark III. And you can actually use this to electrocute the gecko that comes down in the later half of the stage.
Oh.
Did you know this?
No, I didn't know.
Yes, a lot of people had a hard time to beat the gecko.
Yeah.
Spark.
Yeah.
But, what you're supposed to do, or the best strategy, is after the gecko drops down, then you kind of go back into the hallway, hide behind the door, and then use your Mark III and send him over to this control panel and activate the electric floor while the gecko's in the hallway. And you can take him down really quickly. On top of that, you'll also get some driven points as a bonus.
Wow.
Very quick way to beat the gecko.
You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I knew it.
Yeah, when I was playing, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
But, we really wanted to put this in also just, because we had that electric floor in the hallway and we really wanted to use it again. Yeah, it's something that, players will remember from the first one. Definitely wanted to use that in some way. So you can use that on the gecko. For people who want to try it, you can also use it on Snake. So if you have snakes...
Leave them alone, DRK. Come on.
Down here, you can electrocute Snake also. Which doesn't sound too impressive, but, we had to make a motion just for that.
That's why it's taking a long time to create.
Yeah.
Sean. It took so much time creating this level.
No, it's just, you gotta put the details in there, especially for the fans.
Okay, one reason I hate this stage, nothing against personally to you, Sean, is about, the gecko.
Right.
And when you have all these dwarf geckos, you're kind of like trying to sneak through.
Right.
And not even get spotted by the geckos, nor the dwarf geckos. And, once you get spotted, you're like hammered.
Yeah. There's a way to do it.
Yeah, tell me what's in this stage, how do you do it?
Well, in this stage, of course, at the end, after you finish talking to Otacon and restoring the power to the stage, you come back up the elevator, and there's a gecko that follows you up.
Yeah.
You're supposed to distract the gecko while Otacon opens the door. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But there's actually a faster way to get through it, and that is just to destroy the gecko. And so this applies to all the gecko in the game. The weakness is their leg, right? They have very weak legs. So if you aim for the knees, you can actually bring them down. Then once they're on their knees and they're on the ground, you can aim at the head. And there's a weak point right at the top of the head. If you equip your solid eye and look at it, it'll actually show you the weak point and say, shoot here, basically. They kind of have that triangular head.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from above, it's kind of in the middle. More or less in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you shoot at that particular area, then you can very quickly take out the gecko. So even using something like your M4 custom or just any type of gun, you can quickly hit the legs and then hit the head right after that, and you can take them down pretty quickly.
Any other gecko episodes?
Well, there's the gecko, and then there's also, as you mentioned, the dwarf gecko.
Yeah, I hate those.
Yeah, you hate those. I think everybody hates the dwarf gecko. But we wanted to add some kind of personality to the stage that's different from everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the idea was
fuck the dwarf gecko.
Just kind of swarm out and smother you. But there's a way around these as well. Of course, you can just shoot at them with rapid fire. And that works. If you're trying to sneak by them, you can also use tranquilizer rounds on the dwarf gecko as well.
Really?
But you have to aim for the arms.
The arms.
Yeah, if you hit that orb part in the center, they'll just, realize you're there.
Yeah.
Get found. But if you aim very carefully and hit the arms, you can actually incapacitate them.
I always got the feeling that the dwarf geckos are much more, smarter than normal guards and things like that. Just a feeling.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they're mechanical, so they follow, set routes and patterns because they're supposed to be a machine.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they're very sensitive. They have very good hearing, especially. So you really have to walk slowly while you're around them. If you run by, they'll hear you running.
Mm-hmm.
They'll come after you. So, yeah, I think the key is just to kind of walk slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Use your tranquilizer guns to get past particularly challenging areas.
Yeah.
And then also, of course, if you have chaff, you can use a chaff grenade.
I like geckos, just not the dwarf geckos.
Really, really easy.
Well, at the really end of the game, I really kind of gave up and I just ran through the dwarf geckos. Someone told me this technique: just run through it, just dive and run through it.
Well, that works. That works.
Yeah, because you wanna head to the next. Cutscene or whatever, or the next stage. I just kind of ran through everyone. But anyways, okay.
Yeah. But if you do fight them though, there is a reward that you can get for taking them out, and you can get a very rare weapon from these dwarf geckos.
Oh, really?
If you destroy enough of them, they'll drop a DE, which is the handgun.
Yeah.
It's a really good handgun.
Yeah.
It's a very rare handgun.
Yeah.
And the only enemies that drop them are these dwarf geckos.
I see.
All right, so anyway, from this room now, let's head to the west, and we'll go through this other lab section. So head to the west, and then you'll see a door on the south. So head through that door. And here you'll actually get a call from Otacon, and he's kind of reminiscing on the room, talking about the
Everything looks exactly like I remember it. Except for that wall way in back, anyway. I still can't believe how much damage you caused in such a small space.
The switchboard. Nailed it with a remote control missile to shut down the electric current in the floor. The guidance system in those things takes up so much space, it hardly leaves any room for explosives.
Didn't make much of a bang, huh?
Hardly. Switchboard's still intact.
You're right. The wiring past the switch circuits could still be live.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna get shocked if I walk on this floor, am I?
No need to worry. As long as you don't turn the current back on. This brings back memories. My colleagues and I used to work in these cubicles. We were all brilliant engineers. The best of the best. And we were close, too. Like family. We used to play pranks on each other all the time. Like, on this one girl's birthday, we stuffed her cubicle completely full of balloons. Or this other guy who got married, when he came back from his honeymoon, he found his workstation had been hollowed out and its guts replaced with jelly beans.
Sounds like a blast.
It was. But all that time, my colleagues and I, we were building wrecks. Here we are, messing around in our cubicles all day like giddy grad students, and what do we end up with? A weapon of mass destruction. It's not exactly the sort of thing you can look back on and laugh, is it?
You obsess over the past too much. It's a bad habit. Come on, I need directions here. That's your job, right? To support me.
Yeah, you're right. You can count on me. We're partners after all.
Good to have you with me, partner.
Ah.
Good to be here, Snake.
Ah. Give me a hug, Otacon. No, jelly beans, Ivan. All right, Sean, take it away.
On the room, talking about the damage that you did to the control panel.
Yeah.
And, yeah, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, well.
That was actually left in intentionally, though.
Really? you know, we were talking about this demo sequence when Otako comes up, and then he kind of has this habit of how do you say it?
He's kind of pushing his glasses up with his finger.
Yeah.
Ooh, Police
even though
Knots
he
music.
doesn't have his glasses
Right,
anymore.
right.
So I asked Sean, was this deliberately made? And the producer, Kim made a funny face, saying maybe it was kind of. It's not a bug, is it?
No.
Okay,
it's
okay.
not,
It's
it's
not
not.
good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
no, that's something that a lot of people had issues with. Also, you know, they said, "Is that right?" You know, because he doesn't have glasses, but you know, yes, that was intentional. You know, if anybody who wears glasses, I think they can attest to it. You know, if suddenly you just switch to contacts and you've been wearing glasses all your life, you probably will.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, no watch, and then you like
look at the watch.
Keep on,
Look at the wrist. Your wrist.
Right.
Sometime.
Okay.
That's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it slipped through the thousands of checking.
No.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Not a bug.
Okay.
Ooh, I think I learned a new dancing move.
Okay, we're in this room. I remember all these papers and things like that.
So let's just head to the south of the room, and at the very southern end of the room, you'll find an item, and this is the Metal Gear 20 Years History, Part 2. So people who want to relive the music of the Metal Gear series, it's kind of a medley of all the Metal Gear series music strung together in an orchestra format.
You better talk about the statue.
Okay, so next what we want to do is crawl under this desk at the south end of the room. And then head to the east.
The East Hall.
Yeah, you'll find yourself in a hallway.
With the electrifying... this is the electrifying floor, right?
Right. One thing to point out, though, on the left here, also, if you go to the farthest room on the north, nearest the elevator, people who played the first one, they may remember there's like a Moai statue in the room.
Moai statue?
Moai statue.
Did you know that?
No.
No?
Moai statue?
Yeah.
Do you know Moai statue?
If you head to the north, just head to the glass door, number 1.
Room number 1,
Room number 1.
Yeah.
And look in there. You'll see that Moai head from Radius.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Konami's kind of icon.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's still there. And we actually paid a lot of close attention to that while we were making this. So all the rooms, you know, have the same type of items in them. Anyway, so from this point, backtrack and head to the east. You'll head through this doorway and head into this hallway where you hear a flashback with Ninja, right? The Ninja sequence in Metal Gear Solid 1.
And the corridor, with the hall, with all the blood, and, you know, there's a lot of dead bodies in there.
Right. So we're just going to head through here and head to Otto's room. So stop right before you enter the room and actually end here for this session. Because once you enter Otacon's room, you know, there'll be a long cutscene. But we would like to talk about some other things in this stage. You know, people may not realize this. You know, when you are in the cutscene, Otacon asks you to input, you know, the passcode for, you know, the computer. And there's actually several codes that you can put in that aren't actually the correct code. But they'll give you some special bonuses.
Cool.
And so I think we'll go ahead and explain those codes.
Okay. Name one.
Okay, so the first one is 78925. And that'll give you the old LA 2040 music.
Ooh.
So where's that from, Ken?
Police Notes, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Police Knots. You know, there is the Police Knots poster in the room
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
So, you know, I think a lot of people at least kind of heard of Police Knots,
Well,
even if they haven't played it.
I think a lot of Kojima fans know about Police Knots and Snatcher in general anyways.
Yeah, Snatcher and Police Notes,
And then, well, one more code is another Police Knots song, and that is 13462. People who want to hear the ending song from Police Knots, 13462 is the code for that.
Wow. Well, what happens? I mean, I didn't try this. The tune goes on?
You basically get the iPod track.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So you input this code, and then after the cutscene ends, you know, it returns you to the game, and then you get a message at the bottom of the screen saying that you got that iPod track.
Okay,
So then after that, you can go ahead and start up your iPod and listen to it.
Cool.
But you know, one thing to point out is that if you put in these codes, it's actually the wrong code.
Yeah.
So, you know, Otacon will tell you, oh, Snake, you're getting old, you know, you don't remember, and this kind of thing. And, you know, of course, Snake will, his feelings will be hurt.
Is he going to talk about the Dragon code?
His sight gauge will go down. But, you know, there is actually like a little trick you can do to regain some psych during these cutscenes. Because there are several places where your sight gauge will decrease during the cutscene. But if you rapidly press, you know, the circle button, you can actually regenerate
really?
some of that psych.
Oh, okay. Does this apply to every Every time?
Yeah, so every cutscene where you
like
see...
when Sunny kind of says, don't smoke in here, and your sight gauge goes
Right,
low,
right.
you could still tap it.
Yeah. So whenever you see the sight
I
gauge
actually
start to go
forgot
down,
about
you
that
start
one.
tapping really quick, and you can
You
fight
know
it.
this?
I didn't know this, really.
Oh.
I'm really like, the first time I played MGS4, no one told me anything. I mean, even Otacon was not programmed to give hints. So
even Otacon wouldn't help you.
Yeah, it was
For
one of the
Aki.
most...
Pop up the screen, but he doesn't talk.
Yeah, he doesn't talk. Or he talks about some other things, right?
Yeah.
Right,
The program's all screwed up. So that's my first impression. I'm doing my 4th at home recently, very slowly.
Cool. So you have time to properly
Yes.
explore and
Yes.
enjoy everything.
I mean, I'm more relaxed because I know what happens.
Right.
But when it's the first time, I mean, I really enjoyed the first time experience. So I missed a lot of things, like we're explaining in the Integral podcast, like this is the detail, that thing. And I think a lot of listeners are same with me, even though they kind of seem to explore everything. What you tell, Ken and Sean talks on this show is probably 80% of the people kind of, oh, I didn't know that thing.
Yeah.
If people zip through the game.
Yeah, so definitely, it pays to replay the game.
Yeah.
And actually, for these 2 particular items, you need to replay the game to get both of them, because you can only get one at a time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
During that cutscene, you can only put in 1 code.
Yes.
So you'll have to get one or the other for these soundtracks. So for people who want to collect all the iPod tracks, they actually have to play through more than once.
I never even thought about trying to collect all the
Well, there are people who do.
That's why it's taking a long time to do the testing and,
Yeah.
I'm a lukewarm player, I say.
Yeah, and of course we had to debug all of this, we had to play it through over and over and make sure all the flags were set. And,
yes, cool.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Hopefully people will appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and, one more code just to throw out there. This is something for people who want to have a little bit of help in the game. You can get some extra Drebin points from this password segment also. And the code for that is 14893. And you'll actually get 100,000 Drebin points from that. So that's a huge bonus.
Yeah.
Wow.
So for people who want to get that, that's something they can do. If they think they need a little extra help and they want to buy some rare weapons.
All right.
Okay, so then one other thing, we mentioned the Police Nuts poster in the room also. And people will remember from the last stage, we pointed out that you could take, pictures of the ghosts in the stage. And this is actually a really good ghost to take a picture of, because this is where you can take Hideo Kojima's picture, in ghost form.
Cool.
He's right next to the Police Nuts poster on the left. So for people who want to collect all of the ghostly images throughout Shadow Moses, you can get Director Kojima's picture here.
Yes, this is the biggest one, isn't it? Hideo's ghost picture. He has really weird ideas. It's really fun for the fans.
Yeah.
The sudden realization hit Aki. This guy really has some weird ideas. Continue, Aki.
Okay, and one other thing, after you watch the cutscenes and you restore power to the Shadow Moses facility, as we touched on in the last episode, if you return back to the tank hangar and go up to the 2nd floor catwalk, you'll remember that there was that room that we couldn't get into last time.
Oh, because it's locked.
Right.
Or the power is
Right.
Yeah.
But it's kind of locked and you can't get in. But this time, you restore the power and the computer system's back up, and Otacon disables all the security, so you can go back there and pick up an iPod track in that room.
Wow.
So people who want to backtrack can go ahead and grab that.
We might leave that for another time.
Okay, I know the geckos have these voices, and these are supposed to be the very calm of cicadas and cows and the moos and things like that.
Right.
And I heard from Hideo at the very beginning of the development when he was thinking about these geckos. He wanted to make, he has always this golden rule of keeping the tension, tightening it, loosening it, and tightening it so that the overall tension is really tight.
Right.
So he told me that for these geckos, even they look so kind of like, when you first look at them, they're almost like disgusting, right? Because they're like, you don't know if they're mechanic or animals or, you know.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, very creepy. But he said he wanted to create this sound where people kind of just forget that they're in the war zone or in a battle. And all these cicadas and the cow sounds supposed to bring you the, how do you say, relaxing mood.
Right.
And these are really, really, nasty guys, the geckos.
Yeah.
And when you're in this relaxing mood, they're really trying to kill you. Is that true? Was that deliberately made that way?
It was, but I think it's also, it's just a really creepy sound, because it's kind of like, you're up against nature. It's kind of like this wild beast, right? And it's not like you said, it's mechanical, but it's organic, and it's kind of scary because it's mooing at you like, making these weird sounds, and so it's definitely something that doesn't feel manufactured like a robot.
Sean, that kind of wraps up this session of Shadow Moses. Did you talk everything you wanted? I mean,
There's a lot to talk about, but I don't think we have time for that. We only have about half an hour.
We just want to tell everyone that we cut like 3 hours of recording session.
Yeah.
Sean went on and on about his...
Well, he has so much memory and some like good stuff. And
you spent how many years on this?
About 2 years.
2 years, but 2 years, but
times 24 hours times
times 24 hours times like 7 days a week or something.
Okay. Well, I hate to really cut it, Sean, but we got to go on to our next stage, which is the last stage.
Right. So we'll be moving on to Haven.
Yes.
Yeah. Finally.
Just stage. One more left.
It's kind of sad, isn't it?
That's sad.
Yeah, because our integral podcast program is kind of coming to a finale as well.
Yeah.
Oh no, we have two more.
I guess people will play on and on listening to this podcast whenever they feel like it. For the final, we're gonna have probably maybe call a guest or something, to join to give us more color details.
Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, call somebody.
Because the producer doesn't remember anything.
I'm sorry.
And I'm so lukewarm. And Sean's the only guy who can really guide us, so we need some guests. So Ken's gonna bring maybe a guest.
Yeah.
If possible.
I think so. Well, we have some people, who wanted to join this integral podcast.
Right.
So Sean, where's our next meeting point?
So we'll pick up at Haven right after you finish launching onto the ship, and you should be on the ship bow. That's the name of the stage. So just go ahead and save after that cutscene ends, and we'll pick up from there and guide you through Haven.
Great. Okay, well, once again, thanks, Sean, and thanks, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope we'll meet soon, and it's our final stage that we're going to introduce, which is the Haven. So make sure you play. Well, make sure you play Shadow Moses a lot, just for sake of, Sean.
Yeah.
So play as much as you can in Shadow Moses. Find everything you can, and then we'll meet you in a couple of weeks.
Yep, sounds good.
Well, thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, we don't get any more for Shadow Moses, unfortunately. Which I guess isn't too surprising. There's like one stealth area and a couple of bosses, and I think for the most part we don't get podcasts during bosses. I think there might have been one during the octopus fight. Although I can't even remember if there was one for the octopus fight. I'd love to know why they changed the blast furnace layout. If it was a creative decision or something that they were forced to do because of some issues they had. How they completely rearranged that area. Like, I think it's cool that we get to explore a new area there down below. It's just weird how they position it. I think they go over it. Well, we just finished the podcast and there's no more for Shadow Moses. Unless I'm misinterpreting you. Let's play the next scene anyway. Ornstein, thank you very much for the 18 months. Cheers. Oh, you're responding to Nine Toes. Right, yeah, no, we can still get the Kojima photo. Yeah, I'll show that after the scene.
Hold on. I want to check security. Snake, that password I told you before, you remember it, right? Because I completely forgot. Can you punch it in for me? It's a 5-digit number.
I'm going for the points.
Snake, I think maybe your memory... Don't worry. I'm sure I can remember it. Well, let's see. Oh! I jotted it down. See? No need to worry.
What? I knew the number. In fact, I remembered it just now.
You forgot it as well, asshole.
This version is totally obsolete. It's gonna take a little work. This is the room where we first met, huh?
Yep.
It's not conjuring up any unpleasant memories, is it? I was being attacked by Frank Yeager.
Yeah, I remember.
If you hadn't shown up when you did, gives me the shivers just thinking about it. Snake, you saved my life.
Naomi hated them for what they did to Frank's body. But it was me that crippled him in the first place. She must have hated me too.
We shouldn't have been so trusting. I blame myself too. I helped develop Rex. That's why it was so easy for me to believe her feelings were genuine. But she was only using us to atone for her sins.
So what? What did she do to us?
You forgot already? She betrayed you. She stole your blood.
If that was all, it should have been over and done with in South America. Why Why'd she join us afterward?
Well,
She has us come rescue her, and then she turns around and goes straight back to Liquid. Why would she do that?
I don't know, Snake. But it looks like she's still with him.
What?
I just had a look at the security access logs. As I thought, there's people coming and going at frequent intervals. In fact, the records show some recent activity. Look at this. It's an image taken a few hours ago by a surveillance camera up ahead.
Naomi.
And Vamp.
The Beauty and the Beast.
They've been through here. And from what we've gleaned from the security records, it can only mean one thing. They're headed for Rex's old underground hangar. I finished rebooting security and released the locks. The door on the first floor ought to open for you now.
Amazing. Almost makes me nostalgic for the days when you needed a key card for every door.
Yep. It's been 9 years. All you really have to do is reinterpret the old technology in terms of the new. Getting old isn't all that bad, you know. Let's get going, Snake.
All right.
I finished unlocking the door on the first floor. It should open now.
So someone was asking about the Kojima photograph. We can still get it. There it is. Kind of looks a bit spooky, the eyes. Nope. Got a picture of Baker over here as well. But where is the PS1? The biggest mystery of all. Otacon grabbed it. That's what he was going back for. At the end of MGS1. Taking no chances.
The door on the first floor is unlocked now. You can go through any time.
Oh, I forgot to do the hallway call with Otacon. Can we still do it?
The door on the first...
Yeah, that's okay. We haven't been showing all of the extras in this playthrough anyway, just because it doesn't really flow well with the podcast. Having to stop and start the podcast to do all the other calls and other little things. So we've mainly just been going for the podcast with some other little details.
Gecko! We've got Gecko!
But now we can show one of the things that Sean was talking about. Which we usually show anyway, but... it couldn't hurt. Doing it again. Wait for him to turn.
Snake, it's blocking the hallway leading to the elevator. You'll have to do something before you can get to the first floor. Okay! Nice, Snake!
And that's that. pretty slick how the view changes in the Mark III when you go under crawl spaces. No, Bunya, sorry. Cool how he tracks it. Can't get too close to him though, or his animation will kind of reset. The detail on the controller as well. Doesn't move his thumbs though. One more. One more while lying down. The way he snaps out of the animation. No, everything's alright. Everything's cool. Why? I didn't feel a thing.
Okay, Snake. Take the stairs down and go to the north door. I'll open it for you with the Mark III.
Shut up, Otacon. I'm getting a bit tired now, guys. I'll probably wrap up after Crying Wolf, and then we'll finish it off next time. It'll leave a few hours for the last session, at least. Let me see. Did I buy the M82? I don't think I did. Hey, Knight coming in with the raid as well. How's it going, guys?
Okay, Snake. It's open now.
Hey, what's up, M4? Ashia, how's it going? What's up, guys? I'll be wrapping up here soon as well. But we will do the next boss. Although we might cheese her for a change. I haven't cheesed her in a while. Hagarin 94 with the Prime sub. I may have butchered your name. Hagaren, whatever it is. Thank you. Cheers. You know, everyone's been so generous today. with the subs, I think I'm going to gift out another 10. If I have the money on my card. Boom. Enjoy, chat. Mint came in with the 100 pack earlier on. Gurko gifted what, 150? So I think I should chip in a bit as well.
The comm towers. This is where you fought Liquid's Hind D.
That was a tough scrape.
But you still managed to shoot down his gunship. Up till then, I'd heard that even with a man-pads, going one-on-one against an attack chopper was an act of suicide.
Suck my man-pads,
I thought only Hollywood action stars did that kind of thing, but you made it look easy.
I just told you, it wasn't that easy.
Really? But you were all like, oh, I had to take out that helicopter. Real cool. Like it was nothing.
All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get going. We got a long way to go to Rex's hangar.
Yeah, you're right, Snake.
There's something about this call that I really like. Snake not wanting to dwell on his old self. Really just makes you reflect on how different Snake was as well. And I don't know, there's just kind of just that contrast. Subtle way of making you reflect on the changes between games and character. right, let's do it. Owl Brother, thank you for the 4 months. And guys, I might have to keep my voice down a little bit because it's late and I don't want to wake my neighbors. This will probably be a recurring thing from now on if I'm streaming late as well, so you might have to get used to it. But it should be okay. As long as I don't scream, it should be cool. Yeah, like, well, you know, hopefully for the most part I won't be streaming at this time. I'll be able to get on a bit earlier. It also means that I might not play certain games at launch, you know, where I'll want to be loud, like Resident Evil 8, for example. I might wait to play that the day after it comes out instead of playing it at midnight like I usually would. You know, horror games can inspire a fair bit of shouting and screaming, so I might not want to do that on launch because I'll probably have to keep my voice down and fuck that. Okay. Fuck them, fuck who, my neighbors? I'm afraid I can't. If I fuck my neighbors, I'll get thrown out of this house. And I don't want that to happen. I already got a warning from my landlord. Okay. It's okay, I'm in good standing with her. I have the same landlord as my last place, and I've been, you know, renting from her for like 6 years now. And for the most part, she hasn't had many issues with me at all. I've been a pretty good tenant. But yeah, I have to be a little bit more careful in this new place. Oh, okay, I think I'm going to try and cheese her if I can. I might fuck this up though, because it's been a long time since I've done the cheese strat. And it's harder to do with grenades. You have to be really precise. Seducer. My landlord? My landlady? You bitch! What a bitch. Oh, we still got her. Okay. Shame we're gonna get an alert. So you can stun lock her with smoke grenades and stun grenades. If you didn't know. Oh, I fucked it. Ooh, she's stopping here? I heard the hiss. Oh, there she is. Okay, let's see.
Something's coming.
Let's see if we can get up to her then. Pretty cool attack, that. Very cinematic, being able to roll out of the way. Oh, I think I see her. If only I had the Nagant. I'm not watching any of the Resident Evil stuff. Just to stay as blind as possible. I played the demo. And I watched like the very first trailer, but I haven't seen any of the recent trailers or anything like that. I think I saw a little bit of the gameplay footage. been enjoying games a lot more without watching trailers. Yeah, I mean, like, if you know you're sold on a game, if you know you're going to buy the game, there's really not much point. I think, you know, you're just going to spoil things for yourself. You know, obviously it depends on the person. I'm sure some people just can't resist hyping themselves up. And that's fair enough as well. Deborah! You bitch!
The cries of babies. Stop it! Stop crying! Please! Please stop crying! Newell's. Go away. Don't come any closer. I'm sorry. I was so scared. Forgive me. I'm sorry. You can cry if you want. Cry if you need to. I don't need tears anymore. I've cried myself dry. So cry as much as you like. I will be there to listen.
You know, I forget what happens if you get into the barrel like this. She does get on the ground, okay. How long do the iframes last for? I don't do this often enough. If I stop Honor, he'll snap out of it. I wonder will he still get sick, you know, if we stop every now and then. Ah, I don't think he does. Yeah, as long as you stop every now and then, he won't get sick. I forgot about that as well.
Yo, Snake, I finished laundering that rail gun you picked up just now. Knock yourself out. It's on the house.
Thanks.
Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about crying wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment. When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, and on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as Crying Wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you.
Because of you.
You ought to be proud. 3 down, 1 to go. All that's left is Mantis. But you should know, Snake, she's been controlling all the other beasts. She's the beast of beasts. Don't let her get her hooks in you.
I won't.
See you around, Snake.
Welcome home, Wolf.
Hear that, Snake?
Yeah. The wolf dogs.
Her family. It must be tough for them in this environment with all the people gone.
Wolf dogs aren't like other dogs. They're closer to wolves in nature. Happier living in the wild than being kept as pets. Even more so now that they're guarding the grave of a loved one.
You sure about that?
Trust me. I used to live with dogs just like these. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, if you say so.
All right, guys. We're gonna wrap it up here for now, and our next MGS4 session will be our last of this big integral podcast playthrough, I would say, anyway. We have a few hours left. It seems like there's 2 podcasts, though, suspiciously. I hope fucking Sean isn't gonna fuck me over again and tell me to go back to a previous act. Because didn't he say that the next one was going to be the last one? But mysteriously, there are 2 podcasts left. But, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the crazy generosity. Again, Gurko, mint. I wasn't expecting that today. But, yeah. Cheers, everyone. I hope you enjoyed today's session and you've enjoyed the podcast run overall. It's rare that we do this, obviously. I think we've only done this once before. DRK did it years and years ago. And this is the first time I've done it. It's my first time even listening to some of them. So it's been pretty interesting, learning some new things. They can be a bit tedious at times, but pretty cool for a change, I think. I'll probably finish this off tomorrow, I would say. And if not, it'll be soon anyway. but I would say tomorrow. So, yeah. Till next time, guys. Good night.